Okay, sorry about that, folks. Having some technical issues here. I cannot seem to get a few things working. Bear with me here as I try to get this stuff running again. Just having some minor technical issues here, and it's difficult. It's not running. Lost some content there. Just trying to get this back up and running, everyone. Trying to get our guests back in. Really struggling here. Give me a moment, everyone. Just trying to make this work. Trying to figure out how to get everyone back in here. I'm juggling too many things. That's Oh, and of course I'm muted. Sorry about that. Sorry about all of that, guys. Just trying to fix all of this. Got like 6 things juggling here. Let me just see if it's all... Like, this is my eyes as it comes open, looking at everything. It's unreal. No, lost another video. Okay. Sad. Sad, 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 sad. Let me just see if I can go to some of my... Sorry, folks, just having a little bit of complications here. Please stand by. Let me just play a video in the meantime and see if I can just get this under control here. I don't know. What videos do we have?
Freedom George.
Play one of Dacey's old videos.
Hey, Dacey here. So, hashtag as an Ottawa resident. So this is a new hashtag that was started recently by a friend of mine from made through this convoy experience. So, as an Ottawa resident, the whole point is to get people from Ottawa. Myself, I'm a lifelong resident of Ottawa. I've lived in and around Ottawa my entire life. I was living on Kent Street, actually, Kent and Kent and Nepean, pretty much when the convoy arrived. So it arrived right in around me. I mean, a lot of the stuff we're hearing at the commission is centered right around where I was living at the time. I spent the entire time it was there, every day and night on the ground, and I was in Ottawa for quite some time after. So I've got quite a bit of a story to tell about my experience as a resident of Ottawa. But the whole point of this is just quickly, while I have time, to get out this hashtag and to put out a call maybe to anyone in Ottawa who's a resident of Ottawa, to share their experience and use that hashtag. Anybody that wants to make a short video and send it my way. I've started an album on my Facebook page, and I'll share those. or if you want to send some text, just quickly tell your story and what your experience of the Freedom Convoy was, and then we'll have some stuff that we can share amongst each other and share to others to kind of counteract some of the narrative that's been put out there so far. So we got community groups and different people sharing their stories of horror and terror, as they put it, from a very small number of people, it seems, in an area downtown. But we'd like to hear some other stories from around Ottawa. So use that hashtag as an Ottawa resident. Hashtag as an Ottawa resident. Share your stories, and if you want to send them to me, I'll make sure they get up and into that album on my page. Thanks so much. Hashtag as an Ottawa resident. JC out.
Okay, we're back. Canada Libre, how are you sounding? Test.
Yeah. How's this?
I think this is better. Let me just try again.
How's this sound?
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, looks like they're coming back here.
Yeah. That's an interesting clip talking about like the experience of people in Ottawa. I mean, I have some sympathies for them on the one hand. On the other hand, I went to college. I lived in a couple of years in a really big frat house. Neighbors used to get pissed off like Friday and Saturday night. It's like, what the fuck did you think was going to happen? There's 3 big Greek letters on the side of the house. What did you think your experience was going to be living next to this? You live near the Capitol, there's protest.
Absolutely. And they don't comprehend that too well. So I don't know who they're calling. I still don't see the commissioner. Okay.
Are we still doing Mendicino or?
I don't know. He's not on though. Okay, hold on. Hold him. It's
So
good
I guess where were we at? Oh, no, but that counts. I called you already, so the time is.
Commissioner Alyssa Tompkins for the City of Ottawa. I'm very sad because the witness, in fact, once taught me cross-examination for a week at intensive trial advocacy, and I was desperately hoping to try out an impeachment on him, but my areas of questioning have all been canvassed, so I'm going to cede my time to the City of Windsor, and I just wanted to let her know before she steps.
I'm going to change my end time.
Can I take a moment, though, to make a point? Tomorrow, we have a very full day. We will have a presentation on the public input. We have 3 witnesses, 3 ministers. You may have already received the allocation of time. The allocation of time is arguably brutal. I won't have much flexibility given the amount of time, so I would strongly urge that council talk amongst themselves. If you want to have a longer period of cross-examination with some of the witnesses that are limited to 5 minutes, try and work out a deal a bit like this one to have a longer period, because I know 5 minutes is hard to make a point in 5 minutes. I understand that, but we're bound by the time limits we have. So there are a long list of 5-minute people, and some may be willing to coordinate or allow. So I mention it so that you have time to do it, maybe at the break. Obviously, totally up to you. I've had to allocate for essentially everyone who asked, but the allocation is I recognize small, and I'm simply signaling that given tomorrow's schedule, it's going to be hard to be flexible. So thanks for giving me that opportunity, but I think it's important, and I'd like you to think about it. Again, it's up to you, obviously, but my interest is that people who want to get at an important point with any one of the 3 witnesses have the time. Okay, with that, you have fresh time. We'll start from 0. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. It's still afternoon, Minister. My name is Jennifer King. I am legal counsel to the City of Windsor.
Good afternoon.
Hi. So yesterday, Minister Blair testified about the responsibility of all 3 orders of government to communicate and cooperate in responding to an event like the protests earlier this year. Do you agree with him that that's important?
Yes.
Yes. Minister, you and your staff had excellent communication with the City of Windsor, right?
Yes.
Mayor Dilkins texted you immediately after first learning of the potential of the slow roll, the potential of blocking the bridge when he learned that from the Chief of Police on February the 4th, right?
Yes.
And he kept in regular contact with you throughout.
He did.
And are you aware that once the blockade commenced, Mayor Dilkins' Chief of Staff was in contact with his counterparts at the federal government, including your Chief of Staff, Mike Jones?
Yes.
And for example, on February 8th, he told Mike Jones that Windsor Police had put in a request through policing channels for policing resources, right?
That's right.
And he specifically told your Chief of Staff that the Chief of Police had asked for public order personnel, right?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
So early on, you were aware that Windsor Police Services required resources, specifically public order resources.
Yes, that's my recollection.
And in fact, you assisted in amplifying that message to Commissioner Lucky.
I did.
So Windsor provided you and your ministry with important and timely updates throughout, before, during, and after the blockades.
Yes.
And you use this information from Windsor in your work at the federal level to respond to the blockades?
Yes.
Did the protests this year then reinforce your view of the value of the importance of two-way communication and collaboration between the federal government and border municipalities with respect to the protection of border infrastructure?
It really did, and especially because of the many unique aspects of this particular public order event.
Minister Blair yesterday told us that the police operation in Windsor was a success. Do you agree?
I think on the whole, yes.
Windsor Police required an influx of policing resources that we just talked about and hard assets to respond to the event.
Yes.
So basically, some lawyers for Enterprise have sent Brendan Miller a letter. They got the dates of the convoy wrong. Brian Fox was not in Ottawa. This is a quote direct from this letter. Brian Fox was not in Ottawa at any time in January or February of 2021. Well, I'm glad to hear he wasn't in Ottawa during January or February of 2021. I'm reading this letter. This letter that was sent by the law firm retained by Enterprise is saying a libel motion is forthcoming, or what are they saying? A formal libel notice is forthcoming, but but interesting, not a file in a court of law. Isn't that interesting? It's a letter. Now again, the facts haven't been established, but this is, I just saw an enhanced picture of the two side by side, and I'm questionable. But looking at this is just a letter. This is just a letter. It doesn't say cease and desist. It doesn't say anything like that. It says we demand. Okay, no, well, there is. It says we demand that you cease and desist immediately and correct your false statements. A formal libel notice is forthcoming. Well, nothing filed with the courts. So interesting. It's just a letter
To the bridge, which I think is very much in relationship to the point that you made.
Well, they didn't have that authority even on the bridge, did they?
There are limitations as to how far they can go, and certainly if there are criminal charges or if there's criminal conduct that is occurring on the bridge itself, they would have peace officer authorities to facilitate restoring control. That's one of the reasons why CBSA officers were ultimately granted the right to hold firearms, but ultimately they would pass those investigations on to local police of jurisdiction.
Right. So Mr. Osofsky told us that for any protest activity, even if it was occurring on the Ambassador Bridge or in the plaza, the CBSA would rely on the police of jurisdiction.
There were limitations to the authorities, yes.
Right. And so it would be Windsor Police that would respond.
It depends on which side of the bridge. So if it was on the Canadian side, then yes, then I would assume he would have reported those to the Windsor Police.
Right. And Mr. Osofsky confirmed that even after the Emergencies Act was invoked, the new Emergencies Act didn't change these authorities. And in fact, CBSA officers were directed not to directly engage in enforcement operations at prohibited public assemblies, whether on or off the bridge. Were you aware of that?
That sounds generally consistent with my recollection, although there were other powers that we did afford under the Emergencies Act that were responsive to the gaps that John Osowski, as the then president of the CBSA, had identified.
Okay. So there is significant reliance on Windsor's police force to protect this piece of national infrastructure, right?
Yes.
And therefore, there's a significant reliance on Windsor and its taxpayers to protect this border crossing, since they're ultimately responsible to fund Windsor's police force.
No question about it. And Huron Church Road, which it begins where the 401 ends as you're driving west into town, takes you right to the entry to the port of entry that then crosses into Detroit. So, yes, the people of Windsor very much, and the city administration, the police service, very much share the responsibility of maintaining public safety.
Okay. So would you agree with me that the issue of what respective authorities are available to the police of jurisdiction and to federal authorities at a port of entry should be understood and planned in advance so as to avoid any confusion over jurisdiction and roles during an event like this?
I think that's a fair statement. And indeed, during the course of my conversations with Mayor Dilkins at the time, I did foreshadow that we may have to consider how it is that we maintain jurisdiction in the roads leading into the borders, certainly immediately adjacent to, so that the federal government could properly play a role in maintaining those critical supply chains that were compromised and ultimately blocked for extended periods of time, not only in Windsor, but across the country. So yes, I do think that is an issue that merits conversation.
And this planning should include who's responsible for those resources, right?
I think that it goes hand in glove. I think if you are going to talk about expanding the jurisdiction of the CBA to, let's say, roads which are otherwise provincial highways, that is a conversation that has to occur with other levels of government, municipal authorities. And then if you're going to make any recalibration there, you're going to have to make sure that CBSA have the resources to enforce as well, or at a minimum, engage in some kind of an understanding or an agreement with different levels of government and enforcement to make sure that we can protect our critical infrastructure, including our borders.
And you'd agree that plan should
Isn't
also
that all
include,
fascinating, Canada?
plans
also
to protect the
fascinating.
community that's around that that critical infrastructure.
Yes.
So I'll have a couple more questions about planning, but as a bit of an aside, in Windsor, RCM.
What are you thinking about this whole thing so far, Canada?
So this is bullshit, because this is not what this is about. This is and I appreciate that they have an axe to grind here, but that's not what this hearing is. That's not what this hearing is about.
You appreciate that they have an axe to grind? Oh, you're a funny man. What else? What else are you? What are your? Give me your rundown. What's happening here? Give me the top.
Well,
down.
everybody's been given like a chance to speak at this, or to be. I mean, the amount of participants in a hearing like this is. I mean, it's typical. You'll have lots of parties, but I mean, I've seen the questioning really go off, and everybody brings their own axe to grind into this. I mean, on the one hand, I get it, but it's really should be the understanding of like. This is supposed to be about the Emergencies Act, about the relevance of using the Emergencies Act. That's what I understood. At the end of the day, this is not going to go anywhere anyways. This is all like the government's getting their chance to sweep this under the rug. There's zero doubt in my mind that there'll be found that the government acted within its rights, in spite of like things that we've heard. I mean, we heard just this. I mean, I've been able to get snippets. I missed some of it this morning. I had a couple meetings, but they admitted this was a large reason for doing this. The reason for doing this is that there was an embarrassment to the government of Canada. Well, sorry, an embarrassment it doesn't qualify for invoking the Emergencies Act, and it was understood that invoking the Emergencies Act could actually cause an extremist thing to happen. Of course, we know it didn't, and there was actually no weapons in Ottawa whatsoever. None were found. But you know, there's all this talk of safety. They didn't want to, and Mendicino himself says they didn't want to meet with the protesters because they felt unsafe. For fuck's sakes, I mean, the meet online. What's Zoom for? There's just so many layers of bullshit in this, but they're really not interested. This is all just theater. When I was a kid, I used to wonder. I never understood it. Why does Iran have like a parliamentary body? Why did the Soviet Union have a parliamentary body? What was the point of it? Now I understand. Like living in Canada now, I understand. It's just fucking theater. Like you have these people there, you have this body there, but it's really like its power is pretty limited because ultimately you live with we see Doug Ford with the notwithstanding clause. We see JT can do whatever he want and get away with whatever he want. We live in a place that we live in a banana republic with shitty weather.
Oh, well put.
Including some of the smaller businesses that dot along the Huron Church line.
Right, and you'll see that Brian Massey, if you scroll down a little bit, MP Massey indicates that this plan must include how to respond as a community and how to support small business. So that's consistent with what you just said.
Yes.
Did you take any steps following this meeting to work with Windsor and the province on this plan?
Well, as you pointed out, I maintain frequent contact with Mayor Dilkens, as I do with many municipal counterparts and provincial counterparts. And we have spoken about the ongoing ways in which we can support Windsor, not only with respect to thoughtful planning around avoiding a similar type of blockade from interrupting not only trade and commerce, but the very strong people-to-people ties. You have so many families who go back and forth over that bridge every single day, and this blockade completely interrupted that. And
What about the families who weren't able to see their relatives for a few years because they didn't make a reckless
I
medical
wasn't
decision?
able to go and see my family in the United States because of this fucking cunt.
So exactly.
that we've had ongoing discussions around how we can compensate them.
Okay.
They're mind-blowingly their hypocrisy is mind-blowing. It's just you can't put your head around it.
You might not have seen this recently, Minister Mendicino, but we have been discussing this letter a bit over the course of this hearing. I did show this letter to Minister Blair yesterday. So the Commission has heard that Mayor Dilkens wrote to you, Minister Blair, and former Solicitor General Jones on March the 17th. Do you recall receiving this letter?
Yes.
Okay. And he's asked you again to sit down and plan. What did you do with this letter on receipt?
Well, I would say informally, certainly, I keep strong lines of communication with Mayor Dilkens. We've spoken on many numerous occasions since March 17, 22 by text. When I visit the community there, I make a point of trying to check in. And I would say, there remains a commitment from the federal level of government to action the letter.
Okay. And so just taking a few moments to talk about the lessons that we've learned from the protests to better protect border infrastructure in the communities they're in, would you agree with me that planning processes to protect border infrastructure must include municipalities like Windsor?
I think it must include every level of government. I think it must also include, and that is obviously inclusive of the city of Windsor and other border communities as well. I also think it should include obviously law enforcement and the CBSA, who play an essential role in maintaining the integrity and the security of our borders. And I think it should also include a number of the other residents and local businesses who are clearly impacted as a result of people and vehicular traffic flow.
Okay. Now, we spoke earlier about the importance of two-way communications. What are you doing to ensure collaborative two-way communication between your ministry, which I understand is responsible for critical infrastructure, and municipalities with critical infrastructure in their borders?
Well, one, maintaining direct bilateral contact with my municipal counterparts, including Mayor Dilkens. I would say, secondly, making sure that as we discuss the lessons to be taken from this, that we get advice from law enforcement. So CBSA, as I said earlier, would play a very important role. And then, building as well into the discussion, essentially the provinces, including Ontario, so that we are all really focused on how it is that we can insulate ourselves from a similar type of event. And I think that this particular public order emergency demonstrated what's at stake, especially around a critical port of entry like Windsor, where you're talking about not only economic impacts, which have a huge knock-on effect, but just the critical supply chains around food, around fuel, around healthcare supplies. That is a vital artery, not only for Canada, but equally for the United States, which, as I described earlier, is one of the reasons why Secretary Mayorkas had engaged me in the height of the blockades.
Thank you for your answers.
Are we done?
Okay, next, call on the convoy organizers, please.
Oh, let's see what
Thank you,
happens here.
sir. And just before I start, I apologize for talking over you earlier today.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Brendan Miller's here. Okay, chat, you know what to do. You know what to do.
Hello.
You know what to do,
Good
chat.
afternoon.
My name is Brendan Miller, and I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, which is the entity of that represents
Drop
the
it.
protesters that
Drop
were
it in the
Ottawa
chat. Drop it in the
January,
chat.
February of 2022. So, sir, you're a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
And before you were a politician, you were a crown prosecutor. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you worked for Public
go.
Prosecution Services Canada, right?
Yes.
And you worked for Public Prosecution Services Canada for a period of 10 years. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you prosecuted terrorism cases, right?
I prosecuted terrorism cases as well as other types of cases, including the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and other federal statutes. So it wasn't just limited to cases involving national security.
yes or no?
There were a
He's
broad
wasting
range
time.
of cases that I
He's a
prosecuted.
professional lawyer. He's wasting
And you
time.
agree that in prosecuting the terrorism cases, you had to become intimately familiar with national security law, fair to say?
I had to become familiar with the principles around national security, the Anti-Terrorism Act.
Yes or no?
You know,
Yes,
other
yes, you're done.
statutes that would have implicated national security.
Wasting
Yes,
time.
the
Wasting time.
CSIS Act would be another
Right.
act as well.
And so included in your knowledge would be the CSIS Act,
Yes.
right? And that would also include in your knowledge would be the Canada Evidence Act provisions protecting national security as well as criminal investigation information. Is that fair?
Sorry, could you just repeat that last question?
Your intimate knowledge as a prosecutor and what you were doing, it would also include the provisions in the case law with respect to the Canada Evidence Act provisions protecting national security as well as criminal investigation information.
Yes, it would.
And as a lawyer, of course, before you testified here today in these proceedings, I take it that you knew you needed to be prepared to testify?
Yes.
And in preparing to testify here today, I assume you reviewed many records and as many as possible.
I spent a fair bit of time, yes, reviewing the documents that were prepared for me in anticipation of this testimony.
Right. And I'm sure you reviewed the numerous statements that you made in public and to Canadians with respect to the protests in Ottawa, as well as the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
I would have done that, yes.
And with respect to preparing for this hearing, and again, as a lawyer, I take it you probably watched all of the evidence given yesterday by the director of CSIS and Minister Blair. Is that fair?
Well, in fact, no, I did not watch the evidence yesterday. In real time, I would have caught some of the headlines and some of the clips, but I was not watching the evidence yesterday. During the day, I have a number of engagements, even on Mondays. So yes, I was not able to watch the evidence in real time yesterday.
So yesterday, we had a discussion. I had questioned the director of CSIS, and I asked him the following questions. This is just from the transcript. And I asked him, are you aware of a company called Enterprise Canada? And his answer was not specifically no.
Oh,
And
here
then
we
I
go.
asked
He's
him,
doubling
"And
down.
have you
He's doubling down after the
identified
letter.
the individual,
Oh,
the
he's
one
going
that is,
deep.
there was-
He's
he was
going
all over
deep,
the
chat.
news,
He's
the
going
gentleman that was
deep.
carrying the Nazi flag. Have you identified him? And Mr. Vignon.
Look at his face.
responded,
Look at his face.
Mr. Commissioner, as I said
Holy
before,
shit.
the
He's like-
specific details of our investigation have been shared, with the commission earlier.
I haven't seen
would
him.
not be able
Hey
to go
guys,
into
chat.
more
His
specific
smug
detail.
smile
Do
he
you
had
know
all
he
day
said that?
is gone. It's gone.
I was not aware that he said that, and I don't know what
It's
you're
gone.
referring to. I'm sorry.
Well, now I take it that as a former prosecutor with Public Prosecution Services Canada in the realm of national security law, that the identity of a man carrying a flag in public who is photographed in public is not protected by any form of national security law or other evidential protection. Can you agree with that?
I'm sorry. I really don't understand the nature of the question. Could you repeat it?
So I take it that as a former prosecutor with Public Prosecution Services Canada in the realm of national security law, that the identity of a man carrying a flag in public who has been photographed in public is not protected by any form of national security law or other evidential protection. You know that.
You're suggesting that the identity of an individual is not protected by national security laws? This is what you're asking me?
I'm saying that the identity of an individual whose picture has been taken carrying the Nazi flag in public by someone in the public and posted online, the identity of that person, who he is not protected by national security law, is it?
I have no idea of if you're talking about a hypothetical or if you're talking about a real example. I mean, this is a completely
Okay,
abstract
so,
question.
Mr. Clerk, if you could bring up the one document, please.
The one document. The one. Bring up the one document.
Just for record, it's POE HRF 18.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the individual I'm talking about. It was all over the news. And we've been trying to figure out who he is, and we
you're
think
missing-
we have.
Mr.
Now, again.
Oh my God! Look at his face. There's no smirk on his
looking at
face.
this
No
picture
smirk on the
is
face.
online,
You
know,
news
this cocky.
Everywhere.
Oh!
And I asked the director of CSIS.
He got
about
a
his
stupid letter an
identity.
hour ago. He doesn't
He didn't
care.
say he
He
didn't
doesn't
know.
care because he has
He
it.
invoked national security law. But I take it, you know, as a former prosecutor with the Public Prosecution Services Canada in the realm of national security law, that the identity of this man carrying the Nazi flag in public, who is photographed
Holy
in public,
smokes.
is not protected by any form of national security law or other evidential protection. You know that.
Mr. Commissioner, I have an
Of course.
objection to state with respect to the nature of this questioning.
No,
In my
okay.
submission, the placing of this photograph
Look at our
again
boy.
before the witness in light of the evidence given to date is an abuse of the process of the public hearing process.
Abuse of the process
And
of
that
the public
purpose
hearing
of my friend
process.
putting this document up on the screen is not a good faith purpose.
Yes,
It is apparently
Okay.
for the purpose of asserting claims in order to associate them with the credibility of this public hearing process and distract from the fact-finding process that the important work of this inquiry surrounds. In my submission, there needs to be a good faith basis for the questions put to the witnesses. And
Yeah, of
this
course.
is a further example of what my friend is seeking to do that is not directed to the fact-finding process of this inquiry respectfully, but to injecting this photograph and other documents into the public light so that they may be commented on,
No.
taking advantage of the privileged forum in which my friend is speaking and making assertions to which witnesses repeatedly have had no evidence to give, and there could be no reasonable expectation that they would have
And
relevant
sir,
evidence to give in
of course,
response.
we filed an affidavit.
I'd asked to finish my objection, which I'm almost complete. In my submission, the commission must respectfully insist that participation be conducted in good faith by those who have been
Yeah, you're
given
not
the right
conducting in good
audience in
faith.
the form of full party standing, and for whom public funding has been recommended for the purposes of enabling their participation to serve the objects of the commission and their clients' interests. I object to this line of questioning.
Okay.
Sir, as you know, we filed an affidavit from an individual who identified this man. And the man is Mr. Brian Fox, according to that affidavit. He met him when he was doing, that photo was taken around the same time. He talked to him. He's been identified. There's an application before this commission to call Mr. Fox, as well as to allow our witness, Mr. Sean Folks, to testify. And it is clear, frankly, from the lack of answer and from the objection, that the witness here needs to answer this question. And subject to any questions, sir, those are my submissions.
Okay, well, just going back, I suspect you may be functioning under a misapprehension with respect to the testimony of Mr. Vigneault, but that's a different issue which we can get back to, because I think you've misunderstood his answer. So that's
Okay, of
something
course.
which maybe could be cleared up.
Of course.
With respect to the question, I'll let you continue this. However, the outstanding motion that you've referred to has not been ruled on, and the evidence
Look at
that
his
you're
face. Look at his
proposing to
face.
tender
Look
is
at his
not
face.
in the public record. So
Look at his
that
face. He's
is
like,
not an appropriate, if you like, an appropriate
And I-
representation at this stage. So, but I'll let you ask the question. I have,
His eyes are darting around like
because
it's bubbles.
of the outstanding
Yeah, look
motion
at him.
the moment.
Look at him.
He's like bubbles.
So, sir.
Look at 'em.
Now, again, I take it, you know, as a former prosecutor with Public Prosecution Services Canada in the realm of national security law, that the identity of that man,
Can I just interrupt you? If you
Yeah.
could just read what the question was to Mr. Vigneault again.
question, right, are you aware of a company called Enterprise Canada? Mr. Vignon, not specifically, no. Question, and have you identified the individual, the one that is there? He was all over the news, the gentleman that was carrying the Nazi flag. Have you identified him yet? Mr. Commissioner, as I said before, the specific details of our investigation have been shared, you know, with the commission earlier. I would not be able to go into more specific details, and then I tried to get him to identify that it was the individual, and I was cut off.
Yeah, so I just want to, my understanding to try and assist. is that
Try and assist the government.
CSIS will neither confirm or
Try and
deny
assist
that they're
the government.
investigating that, because that's all secret. So what he's answering there is not a refusal to identify, not a refusal to answer. It's because their job
goalie.
is to do investigations.
Playing
They
goalie.
do not answer those questions. That's my understanding. So I just want to clear that up.
Yeah.
So it isn't that Mr. Vigneault was trying to,
No,
so.
Okay.
So I think for the record,
course
that's
not.
important and it may assist you. Now, I don't know if Commission Counsel wants to add or whether I've misstated it.
They're trying to take his time away.
To assist Mr. Miller,
They're
and
trying to
as
take his time
someone
away.
who's encountered over about 30 years similar refusals to answer questions on the basis of national security, I sympathize with his plight. But it is exactly as you described, Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah,
a
they're trying, buying time.
representative of CSIS or another national security officer is typically saying, I refuse to admit or deny, I refuse to acknowledge or disclaim, et cetera. They're
Nobody
not
said
saying
that.
one way or another. They're just saying that as a matter of national security, they can't take a position on it.
They're not even saying that, though.
okay. And so if I may ask my question, now I take it that you know, as a former prosecutor with Public Prosecution Services Canada in the realm of national security law, that the identity of the man that was in the photo carrying a flag in public is a photograph in public and is not protected by any form of national security law or other evidential protection. You're aware of that?
I have no idea what this photo is,
Yeah, you
who
do.
the person
Oh, please,
depicted
not-
in that photo is,
I've never
or any of
seen
the
that
other
before.
circumstances. That this is the first time I have seen this photo.
No, it's not.
produced.
That's a lie.
it's not.
That is a
You're
lie.
aware.
That's a
You
lie.
know
That's a lie. That's a lie.
That
That's a
Mr.
lie.
Brian Fox
They,
was the individual
the
who was
government
walking
claimed that there
around
was
in downtown
extremist
Ottawa carrying a
elements. That's
Nazi
what they're
flag
fucking
on January
talking about.
29th, 2022, don't you?
No.
I don't know that.
Now, are you aware that Freedom Corp, and you've already heard, has applied to have Mr. Fox testify?
In the commission here? Is
Yes.
that where the application is? I am not aware of that.
Okay. And you're aware of the company Enterprise Group, is that right?
No, I don't know that.
I believe I have heard
no,
of it.
I don't know
Enterprise
they
Canada.
are.
Yes.
And they do work for the Liberal Party of Canada, is that right?
I do not know.
You don't know? They,
No.
weren't they working for the Liberal Party of Canada and political staffers and staff in January and February of 2022?
I don't know.
And I take it you know who local Ottawa freelance photographer David Chan is?
No.
You don't know that David Chan was the official photographer for the Prime Minister, Paul Martin? You didn't know that?
No, I don't know this individual.
And you didn't know that Paul Chan still does freelance work for the Prime Minister Trudeau?
I'm
Okay. And you're not aware that Mr. Chan was the individual who took the photos of the person with carrying the Confederate
Yeah.
flag?
You put it as a question. You're trying to
Sure.
make all kinds of
Okay.
statements that are of no assistance to the
Okay,
commission
so
or
I'll-
to this witness.
I will just ask, so are you aware that Katie Telford, the Chief of Staff for the Prime Minister, has a relationship with Enterprise Group and their staff?
No, I am not aware.
Okay. And I just want to talk to you then about your statements. You had said after and during the invocation, we are listening to law enforcement according to law enforcement, we need the Emergencies Act. You said that, correct?
Yes.
Right, but law enforcement didn't advise you they needed the Emergencies Act, did they?
Well, I think as you've heard me explain today, I had every reason to believe that law enforcement was supportive and requested the Emergencies Act through the tools that could only be granted through that statute. I've identified the briefings that we received from law enforcement where they identified
That's
the
a lie.
gaps in existing authorities and
That's
can
a
draw
lie.
a straight line between the tools that
lie.
were proposed to us from the RCMP, from the CBSA, to the regulations which then prescribed them, which were then invoked and which were then used to restore public safety.
And you agree that you stated that the Emergencies Act was instrumental in addressing the blockades at ports of entry. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
But the Emergencies Act wasn't used to remove any of the protesters in any blocks of entry or ports of entry. You're aware?
Whoops.
Well, I would just clarify, as I said earlier, that in fact, it's my understanding that CBSA did use the Emergencies Act powers to prevent 2 foreign nationals from entering into Canada.
Two.
And
Whoa.
that was
Game changer.
exercised under the powers that were granted to them. And that was,
people.
again, a direct link to a gap that had been expressed to me and to my colleagues
do
in
anyways,
cabinet.
for fuck's
And
sake.
by invoking
Totally
the
could.
act, we were
They have
addressing a gap and what
They have
We've
full
already heard that
discretion
they
on it. They have full discretion on admission into
For
Canada,
full
right?
fucking discretion. This is bullshit.
This is absolute bullshit. And the fact that he said that he doesn't know who those people are, that's perjury.
Decision to invoke it, informed by nonpartisan professionals. Can you agree that no law enforcement ever advised you that the threshold to invoke the Emergencies Act was met? That never happened, did it?
Well, I'd say 2 things in response.
I'll say 2 things in
One,
response. That's a
we
catchphrase
did
of his.
receive advice from law enforcement very specifically with regards to the tools that were then invoked as part of the Emergencies Act. In fact, as I mentioned earlier today, in the February 13th email that my chief of staff received from Commissioner Lucky, that there was an express link that she drew between those tools, which were, again, we were getting briefed on consistently, and the language of the use of the Emergencies Act. The second thing that I would say is the Commission has since heard that a number of our nonpartisan, professional, independent public servants, including those who operate in the security and intelligence sphere, did advise that the threshold had been met.
Okay, and just 2 last questions arising from that. Commissioner Lucky, in an email, and it's already in evidence, told you and told your deputy minister, or your chief of staff actually, that she believed that the Emergencies Act wasn't necessary because they could use the normal laws of Canada to deal with the matter.
My friend's misstating the content of the letter that he's putting to the witness.
Okay. Do you agree that Commissioner Lucky,
Yeah, okay,
no
here, guy.
law enforcement official, a police officer, advised you that the threshold to invoke the Emergencies Act was met, meaning that there was reasonable and probable grounds or reasonable grounds of a threat to the security of Canada? No one from law enforcement specifically said that to you, did they?
Well, in the broad context of my portfolio, I would disagree with that. And
Thank you very
certainly,
much.
as you heard from CSIS, the threshold was met.
No, they
in the
didn't say
broader
that.
interpretation of the law.
They didn't say that. They didn't say that. That's a lie.
Okay, next, the
That's a lie.
Windsor Police
That's a
Service,
lie.
please.
That's a lie. They said it wasn't met.
The truth is whatever they want it
Good
to be.
afternoon. Oh,
That's a joke. They never
hi
said
there.
that
Good
at all.
afternoon. Heather Patterson for the Windsor Police Service.
If you want to
Our
support
questions
our
have already been
coverage,
canvassed by the City of Windsor, so we have nothing further.
you can go here,
Okay, thank you.
e-transfer, dacmedia at
Next,
gmail.com.
is the government of Saskatchewan, please.
His smug look is gone, isn't
Good
it?
afternoon. My name is Mike Morris. I'm
Looks a little
counsel for
neutered.
the government of Saskatchewan.
You send an e-transfer over
Minister, you've
there.
had a long day so far. I don't think you'll be too much longer with me.
That's what you said yesterday. It didn't turn out that way.
Minister, will you agree with me that the RCMP and the Saskatchewan Highway Patrol worked together and worked very well in response to demonstrations in Saskatchewan?
Yes.
And will you agree with me that the federal government was never advised that demonstrations in Saskatchewan could not be dealt with using existing authorities.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Of course,
Will
waste
you
his time.
agree with me that the federal government was never advised that demonstrations in Saskatchewan could not be dealt with using existing authorities?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
Okay. We've heard quite a bit about a cabinet meeting on February 13th, a first minister's meeting on February 14th. I'd like to ask you about whether there were some other meetings, however, and in particular, whether there was a caucus meeting between the cabinet meeting on February 13th and the invocation of the Emergencies Act on February 14th. Was there a caucus meeting?
Between the cabinet meeting on February 13th and the invocation later on 14th, I believe there was.
And do you know what time that caucus meeting would have occurred?
I want to say in the morning. I don't have the time exactly off the top of my head.
Would it have occurred before or after the first minister's meeting, sir?
I really can't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you recall whether caucus was advised that the Emergencies Act was going to be invoked that day?
I don't believe that that was the case. I think that caucus was being made aware of the circumstances of the convoy, and certainly there was a lot of public speculation at the time about the potential for the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and there was the call that was scheduled with the first ministers on that same morning.
Okay. Was there a meeting with leaders of the official opposition or the opposition leaders that day as well?
Yes, to best of my recollection.
Okay. Did you attend that meeting?
I recall attending a meeting with the Prime Minister and other cabinet colleagues that involved the leaders of the opposition parties. I can't recall exactly what time that would have been.
Do you know whether it would have been in the morning or the afternoon?
Again, I think it was in close conjunction to the First Minister's call. I don't have the times at my fingertips.
Okay. Do you recall whether the opposition leaders were advised that the Emergencies Act was going to be invoked that day?
I think there was a signal to the opposition that the government was strongly considering the invocation and was going through the sequence of steps that were necessary in the lead up to that decision, including
Fluctuated greatly, from the weekend to during the week. Is that fair that there were a lot of people there on the weekends, but not necessarily during the weekdays?
Yes, I would say that was fair.
So, this is a bit of an assumption, but perhaps people had other things to do during the week, such as going to work. Would that be your understanding as well?
I think that's a safe assumption, yes.
Okay, so by the time Monday rolls around, then I assume that the numbers have dwindled out significantly in Ottawa, and they don't start to build up again until Friday before the weekend. Is that fair?
I think that's fair.
Okay. We know the Emergencies Act was invoked on a Monday. It was February 14th. My question is, could an assessment not have been done throughout the week as to whether invocation was necessary, given the numbers would have been limited during the week before the anticipated buildup on the weekend? Put another way, could you have given the police an opportunity to exercise their operational plan before deciding to invoke the Emergencies Act?
I would say a few things in response. One, the assessment of whether or not to invoke the Emergencies Act didn't really take shape until that first incident response group that the Prime Minister convened on February the 10th. And by then we were approaching 2 weeks into the blockade and the convoy across the country. And one of the realities on the ground, what we were seeing, what we were receiving in the way of information from law enforcement is precisely what you described in your question, which was progress that was not linear, where at times perhaps, there may have been, some travel or trade going through borders, but then at other times blockages.
Oh, you can't even hear me,
At
Canada
times,
Libre. So
there were
so I'm saying,
maybe
isn't it funny?
only
Like his smirk is gone, and
1,000 or
isn't it
so
funny how every time he's
individuals
answering a question, he's
here.
like, "I have two things to say to that. I have something to say to that." That's what his catchphrase
lots
is.
of time killing. Lots of
And
time.
if you want to support us, you can, again, e-transfer dacmedia@gmail.com, or you can go to the link here, buy me a coffee at patriotsmoothie.com. Sorry, buymeacoffee.com/patriotsmoothie. And what do you have to say about all that, Libre?
Oh, yeah. Give the support. Buy him a coffee.
Oh, not that. I'm talking about the hearing.
Yeah, this is interesting stuff because not so much the surface content, but the amount of time killing and watching the expression on him. He's
And the
calming
commissioner,
down,
too.
but you could see how rattled he was. He was very rattled when Miller was interrogating. It wasn't as bad though as Blair yesterday, who was outright stuttering over and over. I don't know if anybody else picked up on it, but
Yeah, because the government of Canada knew what was coming, but they didn't have a strategy. So they've developed the strategy a little bit, but it was, the smirk is back a little bit.
yeah, so they've had some time to
Thank
prep.
you, Commissioner.
We'll have it,
Minister,
we'll have JT
can you tell us
oiled and greased by
when
the time
you
he gets,
found out on the
they drag
14th
him down there.
Oh
that
yeah,
the Prime
that's all he's
Minister
doing
had
this
made
week.
the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act?
He's going back to his drama school teaching.
Well, it was after the first minister's meeting, and it was through a series of conversations with staff and officials. So it would have been, and I can't say exactly what time, but it would have been I believe in the afternoon, early afternoon to mid-afternoon.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, next is the National Police Federation, please.
Are they going to talk about? Are they going to talk about the PPS again?
Hello, Minister. My name is Nini Jones. I'm counsel to the National Police Federation, which is, as I'm sure you well know, the union for RCMP officers employed under the auspices of your ministry.
Good afternoon.
I want to actually just I want to go back to policing a little bit in a bit more detail and pick up on a theme that you've explored a great deal in your evidence, and that's the sort of barriers to the surge capacity of police in responding to the convoy in various locations. And you know what I mean when I talk about surge capacity, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You agreed with counsel to Mr. Slowly that a recommendation around a protocol for requesting additional police resources was something that would be welcome in terms of that provincial, municipal, federal hierarchy or who to ask first question, right?
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about the barriers created, particularly by the Police Services Act in Ontario and swearing in RCMP officers as peace officers so they can function effectively inside Ontario in respect of enforcing the law in various jurisdictions. And that I think is a second barrier. You'd agree with me?
I would agree that was a challenge when it came to deploying. It was seen as creating delay once additional RCMP were deployed to then have them sworn in individually in accordance with the local police of jurisdiction to carry out peace officer responsibilities on the ground. And so the Emergencies Act, again, was directly responsive to a challenge that had been pointed out to us in briefings.
And challenge is probably a better word than barrier, but I think we agree on that. So can I just take you to a bit of what we see as sort of a third barrier or challenge in respect of the issue of surge capacity? And that's the question of not authority, which is sort of that authority to enforce the law, but the jurisdictional problems that are created in Ottawa. And you've talked a lot, both in your witness statement and your evidence today, about this kind of mismatch in jurisdiction in respect of the NCR, the National Capital Region, and the parliamentary precinct.
Well, I think what I highlighted earlier was that provincial police services statutes do clearly spell out how municipal police services can turn to the provincial commissioner to backstop any gaps in resources if they are overwhelmed. And so that part is clearly spelled out.
If I may, you mean the OPP commissioner?
That's correct.
Right.
And so the the Ontario Police Services Act is helpful in that regard because it can then be very instructive to the local chief of police to turn to his or her counterpart provincially and say, I need help. And if that is insufficient, I think that's where there is currently a lacuna, there is a gap. And so we worked around that gap with daily dialogue and through a lot of collaboration and coordination so that RCMP could be deployed. I will say, though, it is important to draw a distinction since you represent the membership of the RCMP in the arrangement here in Ontario where there is a Provincial Police Services Act and in other provinces where there are police service agreements where, again, and I've been, I think, pretty specific in my references to the articles in those agreements that have a mapped out protocol of steps where you can deploy resources of the RCMP within the province and where that is insufficient to then pull RCMP officers from other provinces under Article 9.3. And I believe that it could be potentially a
I'm sorry,
roadmap
guys. I'm just engaged
for
in the social
an
media
ongoing
warfare right
discussion
now. You
about
can come
how
on Twitter and see it happening in
municipal,
real time.
and federal law
engaged
enforcement authorities
heavily
can work
here.
together
so you can
to
go
address
ahead and get in the trenches of the
potential
warfare.
future public
Canada
order
Libre
emergencies.
here. He's
So just
he's
to
one of the
get a little
best
bit
on
granular
TikTok.
on
Go
that
follow his
exact point.
TikTok.
Thank you for that
by
very
the way,
helpful
he's on his like
answer.
12th or
In
15th or
Coots,
60th account
for example,
because
or
they
Emerson
hate his
or
truth
in,
so
the
much.
Lower
Get
Mainland,
on there.
the
Support this
RCMP
guy.
was able to rely on Article
Support
9
Canada
powers
Libre.
to draw in additional
On
officers to
TikTok.
provide that surge capacity.
Is that how you
Yes,
spell
and
your
in fact,
username?
again, I think it
Canada Libre,
bears
Canada Libre. It's
emphasizing
Canada
that
Libre,
that was an
5
authority
I'm
that was
on now, so
exercised
Canada
by the
Libre
office
5.
that I occupy.
65. Sorry, just search in Canada. Just search in Canada Libre and you'll come up with this
by
account.
which we have
it's on
developed the
warning right now.
dialogue
It's a matter of
between
time.
I'm on warning
elected
too.
government
Finally.
and police to
I've
respond
been
to
banned before, but I
extraordinary
won the
situations
appeal.
that do require
Anyways, I
additional
just have to
resources.
go quickly.
And so, again, just to get a little bit
I'll be
a little
right
bit
back. I just
more
have
into
to
the
quickly
details
go
on
do
this, you know there are
something here.
about 19,000 RCMP officers across the country.
Give or take.
Sure. I mean, no one's looking for precise numbers on that front. We've heard evidence here that there are slightly less than about 1,500 Ottawa Police Service officers.
I believe I recall hearing that evidence, yes.
And we heard evidence from Commissioner Carrique that on any given day, he has about 3,000 uniform officers who are engaged in frontline policing out of his larger total complement.
I recall that.
Okay, so would you agree with me that the RCMP are uniquely positioned in terms of sheer numbers to provide or facilitate providing that surge capacity in public order emergencies like the one that arose in Ottawa during the convoy?
I think by the sheer size of the force that there are many members that can be deployed, and we do that. So I would say yes, that as a result of the size of the RCMP, they are somewhat unique in their capacity to deploy across the country.
Amazing. Thank you so much for, I think I am under time. I can't believe that.
No, you're not.
right.
Don't try and pull that. No, but you were close, to be fair. Okay, Government of Canada, please.
It's dinner time.
Good afternoon, Minister. My name is Brendan Vinienhuis, and I'm counsel for the Government of Canada.
Good afternoon.
Could we go, please, to document COM 50951? I'm showing you a document that's appeared in the Commission database that appears to be a statement from Enterprise Canada regarding comments made by Mr. Miller yesterday and issued on November 21st. Have you seen a copy of this document before?
Why are we watching this? Oh my God. This is crazy.
I don't believe so. This is a statement from Enterprise Canada on comments from today's Emergencies Act. No.
Okay. You'll see that it indicates denial of what are called absurd and
This shouldn't
despicable
be admitted.
accusations relating to that entity and a gentleman named Brian
Let him come in and
Fox.
testify for his own bullshit.
Yes.
Do you have any idea what this statement is talking about?
I mean, save and except for the exchange that I had earlier today, no.
Thank you.
Fire.
Next issue, and you can take that down. From listening to your evidence today, I don't believe it was entirely clear whether you had indicated in your evidence concerning the border officers employed by the CBSA, whether they, in your view, could exercise or could not exercise the powers of peace officers at or around bridges and other ports of entry if there's criminal activity observed there. Do you recall clearly?
I believe that if they were in observation of laws being broken, that they could effect an arrest. But if the arrest involved the criminal code, that they would then call in the police of jurisdiction wherever they were.
Mr. Osowski had given some evidence in more particularity about this issue last week, which was to the effect that such officers had no such authority other than with respect to particular offenses that are noted in Section 163.5 of the Customs Act. Now, to the extent that there is, in fact, any distinction between your understanding and that of Mr. Osowski, would you defer to that of Mr. Osowski?
Yes.
All right, the next issue is arises from the questions that were asked to you by my friend acting for, I think it was the Democracy Fund. And he was asking you some questions pertaining to the science behind vaccines and to the premise that COVID-19 vaccines approved by Health Canada and many other health regulatory authorities around the world posed a risk to public safety. Do you recall being asked about that?
Yes.
And I took it that his questions, as I heard them, were focused particularly on vaccines developed by Western countries such as the Pfizer, Moderna, and Janssen vaccines for COVID-19?
That's an assumption.
Could we go to ssm.nsc.can 401573?
Please tell me they're safe and effective. Please tell me they're safe and effective. Tell me. Tell me they're safe and effective. Come on. Safe and effective. Come on. Safe and effective.
Yeah, it's 4:30.
I'm showing you an analytical brief that appears to date to December of
I'm still here. Just, I was
2020
doing
from
business.
the Canadian Security Intelligence Service. Do you see that?
Oh,
Yes.
here's the Government of Canada
And
Council.
it's
Lying,
entitled
lie,
Canadian
lie.
Vaccination Rollout Implications for Possible IMVE.
I have a question. Why isn't the Convoy Council yelling over everything this guy says? Like literally, they should. That's what they did, right?
Yeah.
In December of 2020 is reporting that adherents of IMVE are using the COVID-19 pandemic as an opportunity to promote disinformation and alternative narratives regarding both the cause of the pandemic and potential societal outcomes. The service assesses that
The
individuals
cause of the
and
pandemic?
groups adopt or promote these conspiracies that best.
What does he think the cause of the pandemic is? Because even Dr. John Campbell released a video on YouTube probably about 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago about the origins of the pandemic. So maybe you want to go and look at the science, counselor.
As key anti-vaccination conspiracy narratives. Conspiracy narratives.
Views. Wow.
You see that one of them is threats to liberty and freedom, that mass vaccinations constitute government overreach and pose an increasing threat
That's
to
fact,
individual
yes.
rights. Vaccination
That's
will be
true.
mandatory, and the government will establish internment camps for those who do not adhere to government rules.
They
Is
tried,
that
they were gonna.
information?
They threw them in jail.
Information of that nature consistent with what was related to you by the intelligence service under your remit?
Yes.
Yes.
And another key anti-vaccination narrative is that vaccine development, provision, and access, that vaccines have only been tested on animals. Russian and Chinese vaccines are safer and more effective. You see that?
Who said that?
Yes.
And did you receive information to that effect from the service?
I can't recall whether or not I received this particular
Fair enough.
particular point.
Dog shit. They got
The
nothing.
next key conspiracy narrative is that rejection of the existence of the pandemic and/or its severity and the safety of the vaccination. that the vaccine is not needed and causes a multitude of health issues or will contain small microchips placed by the government. Did you receive that kind of information from this from CSIS?
Microchips.
About
Nobody's talking about microchips. People are expressing concerns about the lack of safety data, and that's a fact. And now there is concerning information coming out.
That's why they won't go to that part. So they skip to the microchip part and won't talk about like the actual safety shit.
The stuff that's actually coming out now is extremely concerning. Thank you.
Were you briefed to similar effect by CSIS when you became public safety minister?
Yes.
Could we go now, please, to pb.nsc.can 50527?
This guy comb his hair with a candy apple? What's going on?
Yeah, that's hair guy. This is his thing.
Why were we looking at that document?
I'm showing you, sir, a special threat advisory from the RCMP, and this is dated January the 18th of this year. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it's a special threat advisory concerning anti-public health order escalation and online violent rhetoric.
Correct.
Would you go down the page?
Would that include a prime minister
Current
threatening large chunks
status.
of the population?
You see under that heading, sir, the second sentence, that the IMCIT has observed an escalation in threatening rhetoric against public officials, including references to assassination, holding Nuremberg trials 2.0, and
Why would they
conducting
be worried
civilian
about
arrests of those
2.0?
perceived to be involved in imposing public
They
health
shouldn't be
rules. Do
worried.
you
I
see
thought
that?
everything was fine.
Yes.
And if you look at the footnote concerning Nuremberg trials there, it says the Nuremberg trials reference is in relation to a set of research ethics developed after German doctors conducted unethical human experimentation during the Second World War. It's been used by COVID-19 vaccine opponents throughout the pandemic to argue that vaccines violate the Nuremberg Code. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Did you see that particular idea of Nuremberg Code or Nuremberg trials in relation to the events of the convoy?
Yes.
Did you see that, for example, in the memorandum of understanding that was promulgated by some of the protesters, such as Mr. Bowder?
I have recollection of that.
If you go to the next page, please. Do you see at the third paragraph presently on the page that starts open source information? It has at the end of that paragraph, it says the following is a list of some of the demonstrations that have occurred outside the residences of public officials in
Protesters
recent
feel their lives have been
months.
disrupted.
You see that?
Feel?
Yes.
And they include a number of municipal and other chief medical officers or health officials,
I see that.
as well as the Premier of Ontario and the Minister of Education. If you go further down the list.
Yes.
Was this information briefed to you by the RCMP or information of this nature ahead of the arrival of the convoy?
Definitely of this nature. And as you heard me say earlier today, there were significant alterations to security posture to public figures that is consistent with the report that you are referring to here as a result of the ideologically extremist rhetoric that was becoming more and is becoming more and more pervasive, and the concern that rhetoric can lead to violence and the threat of serious violence.
All this
Now, I
BS,
would like to go,
theoretical
if we
crap
may,
that
to
never happened.
ssm.can.nsc 402578. And this will be a readout of a briefing from January the 26th of this year.
The Prime Minister's language could have caused violence. I don't understand. He was trying to rile up people.
If you go to the bottom of the page, of the first page, please, there you go, to the email header. You see there this note at the bottom, it's from Mary Liz Power to Kitty Telford, Jeremy Broadhurst, and others, dated January the 26th.
Yes.
And it is a readout concerning trucker convoy and security concerns, right? Could you go over to the next page, please?
Yes.
All right. You see under key points, this is summarizing or discussing the upcoming at that point, as of January the 25th, the upcoming convoy expected to arrive in Ottawa.
Yes, and I would just emphasize that the key points are all critical infrastructure within and around the parliamentary precinct, besides 24 Sussex, which is obviously very publicly known as the official residence of the Prime Minister.
And if you could go down the page, please, to the key points. Do you see that notes at the end of that paragraph, right under the redaction, in the second sentence, that the federal family has already been activated and since last year's insurrection conducted 3 readiness exercises in case a similar event were to occur here? Do you see that?
I do.
Was it a concern by January 25th already to look at the potential for the convoy to develop into something similar to what occurred in January 6th in the United States?
I know that that question did surface in one of the early briefings that we were having with
narrative building meetings
with the law enforcement and public safety communities. I know one of my ministerial colleagues raised the concern that that the blockade and the convoy could potentially result in a January 6th type event, and much of that was connected to the foundation that you've already laid around the increase and the pervasiveness of ideologically extremist rhetoric, many of which included the dog whistles
I know what you're trying to
examples
do.
that you've already provided. So that, I think, is one of the reasons why
Nobody
at the same time the RCMP were adjusting security posture for parliamentarians and why there was enhanced security in the parliamentary precinct.
Nothing ever materialized. Thank you.
Could we go to pb.nsc.can 50996, please?
I like the call for insurrection too. These guys have actually no idea what a fucking real insurrection looks like.
They called the strife that was happening internally in the OPS an insurrection, so don't get offended by their use of the word. They use it all the time for everything. There was an insurrection at the water cooler today.
This is another RCMP special threat advisory, this one dating from January the 25th, so that'd be 3 days or so before the convoy was expected to arrive in Ottawa.
This lawyer's an idiot. Literally all they're doing is showing how they were building the narrative.
29th?
Yeah, it actually
yes,
looks
that's
damning.
the description of the convoy. If you look to the top right of the page, you'll see the date of the document.
Yes, sorry, there it is. I see that now. Yes, that's about 3 or 4 days before the arrival.
And if we could just go to the key points, please. The third key point indicates that the IMCIT assesses that there's been an increase in online narratives supportive of the convoy among both ideologically motivated networks as well as in general public discourse, correct?
Yes.
And it notes the significant amount of financial support that's occurring?
Yes.
Okay, can we go to page 2 to the heading up convoy participants? And sir, it appears that the RCMP advised in the threat advisory that it's assessed that this convoy will include ideologically motivated individuals with grievances that are anti-government, anti-authority, and conspiratorial in nature.
What's the
That individuals
part?
with racially motivated and ethno-nationalist views may also be attracted to this event. The purpose of the event is not rooted in these specific grievances.
I'm really happy he's reading
this. Do you recall
this.
being briefed to that effect?
There was definitely discussion about the intelligence around what the potential makeup of the convoy and the blockade would be. And as I discussed earlier in my testimony,
There's people of every color under the
those
sun
sentiments, anti-government, anti-authority.
Let's be more specific.
Definitely
People who don't support a minority government who lost the popular vote, making the most sweeping state edicts in a generation, less residential schools. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you about that. People aren't anti-government or against the process of how our democracy works. People are anti what the fuck you did with a tiny little minority government who lost the popular vote to fucking Aaron O'Toole. That's what they were against. Let's be clear here.
End of that paragraph. Rhetoric observed online in various networks known for more extreme content have made references to the January 6, 2021 events at the U.S. Capitol when discussing the convoy to Ottawa. Were you aware of those kinds of communications being on the radar of law enforcement?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'd like to go now just to a couple of texts. The first being pb.can 401843. This will be an exchange with Brian Clow. You're familiar with Mr. Clow as the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister?
I am, yes.
Oh, this guy, he knows him. Okay.
It'll be page 2 once the document's
A little smirk on him.
I apologize that we'll need to zoom in to be able to make any sense of this image.
Yeah. Great comment, Dan.
If you could scroll down, please. Continue to scroll down to the next image. All right, there we go. Do you see there that you send to Mr. Clow on January 29th? And if you can go down, you can see the text that actually follows the image. It is a text from a gentleman named Randy Hillier, or sorry, a tweet from a gentleman named Randy Hillier. Are you familiar with him?
Yes.
And I believe he's complaining that the police have restricted access to Parliament Hill. And he goes on to say,
this is hilarious.
well, sorry, he indicates that the PPS are restricting access to Parliament Hill. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was Mr. Hillier later arrested on 9 charges, including counseling the commission of indictable offenses and mischief in relation to the convoy events?
I can't speak to the exact nature of the charges, but I do recall he was arrested, yes.
If you could go down, actually, if we can go to
Boy, he's really selective what he can remember. Something, there's lots of
1847.
details around that.
Pretty funny.
And on page 1, this is the same item here. Do you see Mr. Hillier here is calling publicly on the PPS to completely open Parliament Hill, or we might have to open it up for ourselves?
Not only do I remember the tweet, I remember some of the reporting around that time, and I was, again, extremely concerned that by sheer size of the crowd,
thanks for the 3
that
coffees.
they would try to impose themselves on the PPS. And if memory serves,
But
there
that never
were
happened.
a couple
and then
of
weeks later, you know that wasn't going to happen.
what I would describe
This
as
is like
brushes
so
with
desperate.
law
You actually
enforcement on the
disproved your
Hill,
own damn point,
where
Mendicino.
PPS
Mendicino, Mendicini, Medicono, Cappuccino, whatever the hell your name is, you're a damn liar.
urge calm and to hold back from
Pinocchio.
allowing the crowd
Pinocchio, yes,
to walk up
yes,
towards
Pinocchio
Center
Cappuccino.
Block. And I think actually this may have been closer to West Block, but the PPS officer was completely overwhelmed, and the very real concern that I had at the time was that could immediately spill over into serious violence that would jeopardize the safety of everybody
that wasn't
involved.
Gonna happen. Anybody who
And
was there knew that
the,
wasn't going to happen.
Former parliamentarian in question, Randy Hillier, was, I think, clearly trying to provoke and incite people to follow him up the hill.
And what
Can we
was,
just go back
what
for a
was
moment
Trudeau
to
trying to provoke and incite people to do with some of the statements he made on
pb.can.401843, which is
TV?
the last item we'd looked at with Mr.
Goodness knows, but the only violence that could have led to a loss of life that did occur during the entire protest period was when a maniac rammed his car into a group of freedom protesters in Winnipeg shortly after the Prime Minister gave his deranged speech from his cottage, which was his speech was attempting to cause societal change. and it incited someone to make actions that could lead to loss of life.
Yeah, now we
by running over a
there
group
you
of people.
see it. That's when you saw it happen.
This
That's
is on
IMVE.
January the 29th that you pass along to Mr. Clow a tweet from
Mr. Cloche, Schwab.
or a tweet reporting on a statement by former President Donald Trump indicating we want those Canadian truckers to know that we are with them all the way.
Yes.
Were you aware of that? Those kinds of statements from U.S. former and current politicians in support of the convoy?
Yes.
Okay, and?
Could we,
So?
Your Honor, I just
So
have
who cares?
two more questions on a text about Commissioner Lucky.
Oh,
May have an
Trump!
indulgence
Oh
for
my
2 more
God, that
minutes.
changes. That's a game changer. Who cares?
Can we go to pb.can.401842?
Yeah, no one really cares.
Why have they obsessed with Trump? What is it, CNN?
It'll be page 10. Is this an exchange of text between you and the clerk, Ms. Charette?
Yes.
Could we go to page 10, please? All right. I'm showing you a text from February 16th, and it appears that you indicate below the redaction, speaking with Brenda now. Is that referring to Commissioner Lucky?
Yes.
The most substantive brief on the Ottawa enforcement plan to date, she says she is confident this weekend will not look like the last few weekends, right?
Yes.
Were you encouraged by Commissioner Lucky's briefing after the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
I was. There were more details forthcoming once the invocation of the Emergencies Act was invoked around
I don't know what that means.
exactly how a number of
Won't look
law
together
enforcement
weekends, so
were going to
what?
coordinate.
Meaning what?
There were details around soft tech and hard tech and how it was all going to be sequenced, and that information I think was reassuring that we were going to hopefully, with the skills of law enforcement, restore and maintain public safety.
Was it evident to you that she may have been walking a very challenging line in reporting enough to you in cabinet to ensure you were fully informed without providing inappropriate operational detail?
Yes.
And lastly, let me just ask, you had indicated in your evidence you weren't sure if it would have made a difference if you had seen, you couldn't recall, but if you had seen the note in her email that indicated that having been said, I am of the view we have not exhausted all available tools. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Yes, I do.
Was it possible in your view at that point in time, February the 14th, February the 13th, both to recognize that not every imaginable tool had been exhausted, but also recognize that there were insufficient police resources available to use those tools with the protests remaining at that size and number of locations across the country?
I suppose that was possible, but I come back to and stress what I said earlier, which is that the most important conversation that I had that day was the call that I got from the Commissioner Lucky around the situation in Coutts, and the urgency and degree to which things really hung in the balance at that moment is what shed light on her state of mind, and it certainly informed the opinions and the advice that I shared with the government thereafter.
Thank you, Minister. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
What a waste of garbage time.
Examination?
Garbage,
No,
waste
Commissioner,
of time.
no re-examination.
No,
Mr. Commissioner, it's Bathsheba Vandenberg,
Yes.
co-counsel for Freedom Corp and protesters.
Yes.
Yes.
There's been an unredacted document shared to the parties by Council for Government of Canada at 4
Look at
p.m. Pursuant to your decision earlier today.
Hey, look, it's Douglas.
the
Hi,
document
Douglas.
SSM.
Look at him. Love you, bud.
407721. We advise
Keep
that
it up,
the
bud.
Commission Council should look at it as it is relevant and material to this witness. In particular, Jody Thomas, the National Security and Intelligence Advisor,
No smirk on his
states in
face
that
now.
document that there's no national security threat pursuant to Section 2 of the CSIS Act.
I believe that point was canvassed this morning with the witness, that it was put to him that it had been concluded by CSIS that there was no threat pursuant to Section 2 of the
It could be.
CSIS Act.
Could, darling. Okay.
Mr. Commissioner,
Yeah, I guess maybe just have the document
sure.
put up.
If we can have
put
the
up.
doc ID number?
The ID number is SSM.can.407721.
Mr. Commissioner, it's possible because of the timing of the disclosure, it's not available in the party database right now. But the clerk's been emailed a copy.
Thank you. Oh my God, this is so painful, Canada.
Yep, so I do have a copy and I'll put it up on the screen shortly.
Okay, let's read this then. Can we scroll down a little bit, please?
Sad.
A little bit more, please.
Say it with me, Canada Libre. Sad.
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 Okay.
Here we go.
NES spoke with
What the hell?
NSIA, it looks like Ann Jody Thomas, but the NSIA is Jody Thomas. Section 2 of the CSIS Act, violence not met.
Violence
Wonder
not
if
met.
we need full 30 days if Ottawa cleared. I suppose the question would be, Minister, were you aware that it had been concluded that Section 2 of the CSIS Act was not met?
Including violence.
Was, sorry, what is the date of this note?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Well, look, leaving that aside.
Well,
yes,
look,
I
it
was-
says it's before the speech Monday morning, which is
Okay.
the date that they announced the invocation. That might assist.
Right,
Okay.
it's good. This is
Yes, I
Brendan's
was aware that CSIS had concluded that Section 2 under the CSIS Act.
Which
was
is
not-
the requirement under
I
the
was aware of
Emergencies
that
Act.
fact.
Thank you.
Hold on, we're interrupting this. Interrupting your regularly scheduled programming. Interrupting.
Okay, well,
Interrupting.
I only have one question, and it's probably already been answered. but
No, it's going to be useless. Okay,
Yeah,
we're
it's
going
gonna be
here.
useless. It's going to be a softball.
Okay, so 1 second. 1 second. So this is the other thing. So read this. Can you read this for our chat with your sexy, smooth voice, Canada Libre? Read this section here, starting here at National Emergency.
National emergency. Point 3. For the purposes of this act, a national emergency is an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that A, seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it. Or seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. And that cannot be effectively dealt with any other law under Canada.
So let's be clear that the Criminal Code could have been used, the Emergency Measures and Civil Protection Act in Ontario could be used, that the situations in Coots, in Emerson, at the Peace Bridge, that all the other situations outside of Ottawa had been resolved, and that Ottawa was going to be resolved by another measure. So the Emergencies Act dictates that there could be no other remedy in law. And every single Emerson, they brought it up. Emerson was resolved. Ambassador Bridge, they brought it up. Ambassador Bridge was resolved. All of this without the Emergencies Act. Coots resolved without the EA. Peace Bridge resolved without the EA. Everything was resolved without the EA.
Well, yeah, so that's one point. The other point is, though, so that's one thing where they argued about the trade, and we can go up and down on that. But for Ottawa, it endangers the endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians. How?
Yeah, that's a good point, but it's really easy to point to this, and we could say the Criminal Code, as lawyers have been saying the entire commission, the Criminal Code was an option to deal with the crisis, the so-called crisis. They had the bylaws, they had the Provincial Offences Act, they had the EMCPA, they had numerous other options, and the law requires that it cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. That wasn't the case. Brenda Lucky said it herself. She said it herself on February 13th. She said it herself.
Yeah, I mean, I know they're going to try and like twist it all around, but to me, it's plain as day. They did not meet neither. A
That's
nor
one
B,
criteria.
and-
That's one criteria. So, and that cannot be effectively dealt with. However, there's more.
They failed to meet the requirements to do that. They wanted
So,
to do it. They started talking.
definitions. Can you read this part?
Yeah, let's go.
Threat.
Part 2, public order emergency. Threats to the security of Canada has the meaning assigned by Section 2 of the Canadian Security Intelligence Services Act.
Quick question. Does this wording leave any room for interpretation?
No, they but you know, this is
This is the argument. This is the main argument right now on the justification. Does this here have any room for interpretation, in your opinion?
No, I mean, this is pretty cut and dry. But again, we're seeing the government, which took our charter and flushed it down the toilet, looked for all sorts of loopholes.
So we can all agree in the everyone in the commission agrees that Section 2 of the CSIS Act wasn't met. Now, threats to the security of Canada has the meaning assigned by Section 2 of the Canadian Security. It doesn't say and, or, else, if, this, but, as well as, in addition to. It says has the meaning assigned by Section 2 of the CSIS Act, and Section 2 of the CSIS Act has not been met. Everyone agrees to that. Yeah. So the act is dead, cold dead on 2 counts. 2 counts. It's boom out of there.
Yeah. Great pulling that up.
Yeah. So let's go back to the government.
Where
we've heard that.
So then I think that the question then becomes, how far can elected governments go in identifying priorities? And I think it will depend very much on the circumstances. But one, again, I think established threshold that already exists by convention under the police service agreements that we have is that provincial ministers of justice are able to form the opinion of where an emergency exists. And why is that important? Because once that opinion has been formed, then resources can be deployed. I think that is a principle that might be potentially expanded or that could be explored on a national scale, because then there might be a way to stitch together the way law enforcements operate and cooperate at the municipal, provincial, and federal levels. I do think, though, as you consider that question, that you also have to, I think, take an inventory and a landscape of the big gap that exists right now between Provincial Police Services Acts and the Emergencies Act. And the Emergencies Act does afford the elected government a fair bit of scope and latitude. But what we did here was, rather than just divine those tools, we looked to law enforcement to identify where those gaps existed and then use that to fill them in with the regulations under the Emergencies Act to address the situation at hand. It will be very much driven by the particular circumstances of each case. So coming back to your hypothetical, I think it is possible, and it doesn't have to be even in Ontario, but let's assume your hypothetical was in Alberta.
I can't handle listening to this guy. Say something, Canada Libre. This guy's useless.
Oh,
I don't want his politicking. We already know Commissioner Paul Rollo is what he's going to decide. Let me just put this on.
Yeah, I mean, he was appointed by Trudeau himself.
He ran twice. Paul Rollo, political career. I think he ran.
Yeah, I mean, he's
office.
a partisan hack. I don't really know how you appoint somebody to this that's not biased. There's probably some better ways to do it, but the fact that Trudeau appointed the person himself just didn't leave a lot of space for this to be an honest process. And honestly, at the end of this, like, no matter what, you got to think though too. Like, if I want this to be a legitimate process and I don't want to be seen as being crooked, I want to recluse myself, and I want to at least find some way to do this where it's not directly connected to me. But Trudeau doesn't work like that. He's never afraid to look corrupt, and that's what makes Canada it makes it a dangerous place. This guy doesn't care what the optics are. He'll buy off the media. He'll give himself as much slack as he wants without any care of what the optics are, and nobody gives a shit in this country.
Yeah, indeed. And it's useless to listen to Mendicino politic. And the questions the commissioner has asked leaves no doubt into what he will decide. The government was, even though the law is crystal clear, Section 2 of the CSIS Act wasn't met, and there were 6,000 other laws to deal with everything. And in fact, there was a plan that was in the process of being executed when the government unilaterally declared the Emergencies Act unlawfully. I have to find that they acted within their right to do so because they're the government and they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Now,
Thank you.
This guy too, wasn't he? He was found false. He had falsified documents as well. I can't remember what the situation was. It wasn't that long ago. It was like maybe a month or two ago. It was found that he had falsified and backdated some documents and things like that. This guy's, I mean, is shown not to be an honest operator. I don't know what the point is of having him up there. You know, he got a lot of softball questions. We saw like him crumble and stutter and lie when actually when he actually got taken to task by Miller. Oh, are we breaking now?
No. Who knows?
What's he doing?
Change the witness and get organized. So we'll take a 5-minute break.
They're
Thank
going
you.
to the next witness.
The commission is in recess for 5 minutes.
Unreal.
All right.
Huh.
Yeah. You know, I have no confidence that this is actually will result in any sort of just, real hearing.
No, it doesn't.
It will be like so many other things though that have happened in the last almost 3 years now, where they'll look in the history books and be like,
What happened? How did you get to that
What happened?
point?
My God! Like it'll look like medieval times. I mean, it looks like we're
Medieval times.
Looks like we're like hanging witches, you know, accusing people of witchcraft and Salem witch hangings or stuff like that.
Did you see this video from earlier? I got to show you this. I don't think you were here for this, but you have to see it. Oh, were you here? Let's see.
That kids don't touch their mouth.
So let me just tell you right now.
I saw them talking
tonight.
about Twitter.
So tonight there is a vote happening in Ottawa at the Maine School Board by the maniacs who were just elected. Sorry, the differently opined individuals who were just elected as school trustees in charge of children, which is a terrifying fact. And they're having a vote tonight on reinstating mandatory masking. And one of them called into this radio show and basically got told where to go. Let's see that one.
No,
you can
so
see this
a
now.
little more background,
sorry.
because I think so. Dr. Kaplan is involved in this, right? Dr. Nili Kaplan-Murray.
I don't know who she is, but she blocked me on Twitter a long time ago.
So she's like, she has her event where she had like a Jabapalooza. She called it Jabapalooza, where she like got like the gymnasium out of school and she jabbed like a gazillion people over the weekend. She's been jabbed like 4 times. She wanted her teenager kids like jabbed, and they couldn't get jabbed in Ontario. Had to walk across the bridge to Quebec so they could get jabbed. And then after all those jabs, what happens to her?
It's COVID.
Gets COVID.
Okay, let's watch this.
That
So yeah, she's spearheading the motion tonight to try and have this mandatory masking reintroduced. And while you're listening to this, just keep in mind this is someone who has authority over children in a major Canadian city.
That kids don't touch their masks because RSV is spread more easily through surfaces, when they touch their faces, when they're sneezing, when they touch other surfaces. RSV, we're dealing with a different animal here, and I think we're still focused on COVID, which is not the main problem right now. And I think that has to be part of the conversation, but part of an intelligent conversation. Dr. Nili Kaplan-Murray, the family doctor in Central Ontario and Ottawa Carleton District School Board trustee who wants to bring masks back and has received some pretty nasty comments from people. Worried, in fact, that those nasty comments may persuade new trustees to vote against mask mandates. Doctor, thanks for joining us.
You're very welcome, but I have to start off right off the bat by correcting the misinformation that you just said. So COVID is not gone. COVID is still very much here, as is influenza, as is RSV. So you're quoting somebody from Johns Hopkins who's only talking about RSV. In what we are saying,
well, he's also
that all
talking
along,
about it's
no,
not the
don't
main
interrupt me.
problem.
Don't
right
interrupt me. Thank you. What we've been talking about all along is the need for a layered approach. What we've been talking about all along is that we should be doing all the things, using all the tools that we have to help to keep children out of hospital. So right
But
now,
doctor, hold on. I've talked.
I'm sorry. Well,
doctor,
okay, then I won't
doctor,
interview you. I'm sorry. If you're going to start the interview,
hang up on her. Just hang up on her. Look, this is the kind of anger we don't need right now. This is the kind of immaturity we don't need right now. I've spoken with Dr. Paul Remiliotis and others on this show. This article from the CBC quotes many other local doctors as well. COVID is not the main problem. It's not what is filling up the ICUs. It's just not. This is why she gets angry emails and angry texts. That attitude, right? Accusing me of misinformation, goes on an angry rant, won't even let me respond.
What did you think of that?
Yeah, so I've done. There's a lot of things. I could probably talk for an hour just about that 3-minute clip there. There's a lot. There's a lot.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Floor is
I want
yours.
to cover. So
Floor is yours. Hold on.
So let's talk about because I have some videos. I have some videos talking about this. So the reason that there's a lot of discussion around why are kids getting so sick right now. So the original narrative coming out of the media was talking about how there's an immunity gap, that kids hadn't been exposed the last few years. They've been wearing masks, and I don't know where we are, so I don't want to. I know.
Yeah, we have to be a little careful.
Okay, so I have to be careful what I say about what I have to say about
yes, absolutely.
masks.
Unfortunately,
and I won't.
Basically,
get into all that.
not allowed to talk about any of the anything.
Yeah. Okay, so let me go back.
You could talk about her attitude. That's totally acceptable.
Well, I'm going to go back to something else. So this one actually didn't get ripped down from TikTok. So I actually have a video on this which did not get ripped down. So the idea is that immunity is so people didn't get sick over the last few years because of these measures, and suddenly that's why they're getting sick now. That's actually not how immunity works. And in my TikTok video, I actually show it. This is on the U.S. government's website. There's actually content that talks about immunological memory.
I think though we can't actually talk about any of that, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Because the blue site's a little bit more harsh on those things. I know it sucks.
Yeah. Okay. No
it's
problem.
not. We have a societal free speech problem, and we're working on it, but we're not there yet.
It's only going to get. I think it's only going to get worse.
But I agree.
Yeah. As far as her rant there, I'm not sure if I would have cut her off at that point. I do appreciate his anger with her. Yeah, knowing this is more, I get enough trouble on TikTok, so I have
you have
to
to
really,
be so careful. I'm sorry. You have a great personality, though.
they're ripping stuff. It sounds like you're having the same. Let's talk about TikTok though, because it used to be they would rip videos down on me. I would appeal it, and I would get most of them back. But now what's happening to me, and tell me if this is happening to you, they're ripping down videos. I appeal them, and there's no decision on them, and they don't even show up in when I look at the videos they rip down on me, it doesn't even show up there. They're just gone. They still show up on my page as being ripped down, but they're not even shown these are your boo-boos here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well. What can I tell you? I did wear my one of my favorite shirts today. It doesn't show up so well on TikTok to the reverse camera. The 2 + 2 = 5. It's
yeah.
This is my support. This is how I support Justin Trudeau and the Liberal Party. Is 2 + 2 = 5.
I hear you.
I'll step out for a second. I'm just gonna go take a bio break here.
I hear you. Okay, here we go. We're going, and we're on break. This is longer than a 5-minute break, though. That's for sure. So. Nice to know. Huh. Oof. Oof. Just reading here. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break here, folks.
There's a Deputy Minister, Michael Vandergrift, who supports me in the intergovernmental affairs role at Privy Council. He has a small group of people that support him and me as well. And they would have ongoing relationships at the senior officials level with their counterparts in different provinces and territories. And perhaps the unique role of an intergovernmental affairs minister is, I think with the exception of the province of Quebec, many premiers have kept for themselves the role of being intergovernmental affairs minister in their province or territory. So my
Be nice to
counterparts
me,
in many
please.
cases
I'm new to
are
my job.
the premiers, as I say, with the exception of the province of Quebec.
So you're not dealing with another minister, you're dealing with the premier.
Right, in his or her capacity as intergovernmental affairs minister.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, well, as you know, we're here today to talk about the events that led to the emergencies inquiry, and we have about an hour and change to do so. So we'll take it pretty quickly. But to start off, can you give us an overview of what your involvement was, essentially? What role did you play in the federal government's response to the events of late January, early February?
I was invited by the Privy Council office to, I think, what was one of, if not the first meetings. It was originally a sort of an ad hoc or informal briefing of a small group of ministers on the preparations for the arrival of the convoy. It was before the first weekend of the convoy arrival in Ottawa, and Privy Council office decided to bring a small group of ministers together to bring us up to date on the preparations, including relationships with the House of Commons or the Parliamentary Protective Service. I also sit on the board of internal economy of the House of Commons as one of two ministers that has a role in terms of the security of the parliamentary precinct as well, which was obviously the initial target that people identified on that first weekend. And then I was included in most of, if not all of the subsequent meetings of the Security and Safety and Emergencies Committee of Cabinet. And then ultimately it became the Incident Response Group chaired by the Prime Minister. So I was included in most, if not all of those briefings for ministers. And during that period, I would have ongoing discussions both with my cabinet colleagues that had line responsibilities for a number of these elements, Mr. Mendicino, who you saw earlier today, but the Transport Minister, for example, some cases the Justice Minister. So I would talk to my own cabinet colleagues, principally to ensure that they were engaging with their provincial or territorial counterparts as much as was appropriate in the particular context of whatever issue was before the cabinet. And in some cases, I spoke to premiers directly as well.
Okay, so I think you probably answered this question then, but as you mentioned, that initial group of ministers consisted of, I think, public safety, so Mr. Mendicino, Minister Blair, emergency preparedness, Minister Alghabra, transport, and then you as in your capacity as intergovernmental affairs minister, or was your role sort of a within government coordination role, or?
I wouldn't have described it as a sort of coordination within the government more generally, other than perhaps in terms of the relationship between our government and provinces and territories. The Privy Council office, the Prime Minister's National Security and Intelligence Advisor were participating in those meetings. They have sort of horizontally across the government, because of their role at Privy Council office, some of that responsibility with respect to other line departments. But I would often encourage my cabinet colleagues to ensure that they're maintaining active and open conversations with their provincial or territorial counterparts as the circumstances evolved into various parts of the country in the days that followed that initial weekend.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can I ask you to pull up ssm.can 50293? So, Minister LeBlanc, this is a document that summarizes the engagements you had with various provincial counterparts, and you'll see it starts on February 10th. We're not going to go through it right now. We are going to go through it. We'll become very familiar with it by the end of this examination. But at this point, I'm just going to sort of highlight the fact that these engagements really started on February 10th. So the convoy arrives on January 28th, 29th, and your engagements specifically start on the 10th. So the role you were playing, if I understand it, prior to the 10th is essentially facilitating or encouraging these communications between your colleagues and their various counterparts in other provinces.
That's accurate. I would not have been engaged in a very active way with first ministers before that date you see on February 10th.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can pull that one down and pull the following one up. SSM.can 406594. So Minister LeBlanc, given the short time we have, we're skipping a lot of narrative and going to some pretty specific questions that affect your participation and your role in all of this. So you'll just have to bear with me in that. So this is an email, and just scroll down a little bit, Mr. Clerk, that you received from Ralph Goodale on February 6th. And I take it you're familiar and you recall this email?
Oh, absolutely. I had been asked to talk to Mr. Goodale, and I think prepared that email after my conversation with him.
Okay, so that was my first question. How did it come about? So you were asked to speak to him. I think this email is him emailing you.
Following my conversation with him.
Following your conversation with him. Okay, so maybe we'll start with your conversation with him then. Can you tell us about that conversation?
Sure. So Mr. Goodale has been a friend of mine and somebody that I've worked with, obviously, for a long time. He was a public safety minister himself for the first 4 years of our government. He's from the province of Saskatchewan, which is unique in terms of his parliamentary experience in our government. And he had a very broad perspective. He himself is a lawyer. And it was suggested to me that it might be interesting to see how he, from his current position as Canada's High Commissioner in the United Kingdom, but still very much following domestic events clearly, to see what he's thinking and what are his views on the situation as it was evolving in that week of February 5th and 6th. So I had sent him an email and said, can I speak to you at the end of the day, and set up a phone conversation and had a lengthy conversation with him.
Okay. And is the content of that conversation more or less reflected in the email that we're about to read out, or is there anything that you want to say about it before we do?
No, his email to me, which you see, as I say, followed that telephone conversation, and it largely summarizes what he had said to me in the telephone conversation.
Okay, I can appreciate that it was probably a lengthier conversation than what we see here, but we'll just read the summary in the email. So he's sending this to you, and he says, see this tweet from Mayor Tory. The point is clear. Toronto and many other cities handled this municipal policing problem in a professional and competent manner. Granted, the volume of the protest in Ottawa was greater and came without as much warning, but the City of Ottawa and the OPS have proven themselves incapable of grappling with this problem. And it is now the duty of the responsible senior authority, i.e. the Public Safety Minister of Ontario, under provincial policing legislation, I'm emphasizing the shouty capitals, to rectify that problem, including taking control, I think it's taking, not talking, if and as necessary. There should not be an unconstitutional leap to pin this on the feds or the RCMP. Federally, under mutual assistance agreements, we can/should provide resources and personnel as requested, but the authority and responsibility rests with the municipality and the province. To this point, they've failed to deliver safety and security to the inhabitants of Ottawa, and those innocent inhabitants include many parts of the Government of Canada. Scrolling down, please, Mr. Clerk. It remains essential to delve
Probably
deeply
two
into
or
the
three.
true genesis of this demonstration and who is controlling and directing it. Stephanie Carvin,
Nobody's
I believe
controlling
is
and
an
directing.
academic, suggests that it
Nobody's controlling it. That's a tweet. It's literally grassroots and organic. I know they have a hard time conceptualizing what grassroots and organic is because everything they do is astroturfed and paid for, but there is such a thing and it just comes together. It's just how it works. I know they can't concept it, they can't conceptualize it, they can't comprehend it, but it is a real thing that it happens. And certainly not for them, but it does happen.
is that fair to say?
Yes, that would have been that would have reflected my conversation on the phone with him, and it's certainly faithful to, I think, what he expressed in that email.
Okay. And what was your take on that at that point, or your reaction to that conversation?
As I said, I think one of the benefits for me in terms of having that conversation with him was his 4 years of experience as our public safety minister. And I thought he put in a very concise way that I may not have appreciated until that conversation with him. The sort of escalating orders of government that have to respond to these situations. So we had seen obviously a pretty significant failure of municipal authorities in Ottawa in those weeks that preceded this. And I thought his insights into the responsibility of different orders of government, and not, perhaps because it was the nation's capital, there was a great deal of confusion, certainly in the public conversation, about what's the government of Canada doing about Wellington Street. But after my conversation with him and having read his subsequent email, I thought he put in a rather concise way his view, his opinion as to the roles of different orders of government.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down now. So one thing we spent a lot of time talking about this morning with Minister Mendicino, so we won't spend a ton of time on it this afternoon or evening, but is engagement with Ontario and specifically and Ontario's role in responding to these events. So as I said, the Commission has heard a lot of evidence about Ontario's role over the past 5 weeks and attempts to essentially draw Ontario into the conversation, into tripartite meetings, into being part of the solution. And it seems that, I'll just try and summarize this, Ontario's position at first may have been, as you sort of just articulated, well, this is it's Parliament. It's a federal vaccine mandate and it's happening at Parliament, so this is really a federal problem. Is that a fair characterization, do you think, of what Ontario's initial attitude was?
I'm not sure. I can't speak for the government of Ontario or what Premier Ford or his ministers were thinking. But as I said, in the initial arrival of the convoy in Ottawa, the focus was on the nation's capital. As we know, it quickly spread to other cities and other parts of the country, not just in the province of Ontario. But we did as a national government, and my colleagues, I know the Transport Minister, Mr. Mendicino himself, and senior officials of our government, deputy ministers, were engaging in active and ongoing discussions with their Ontario counterparts as the situation in Ottawa was becoming more entrenched, to see if every possible provincial regulatory or legislative authority was being brought to bear to try and resolve ultimately not only Ottawa, of course, but Windsor and other places. So I think our government, and I remember those conversations from the Incident Response Group meetings or the Cabinet Security and Safety Committee, there was an ongoing and active effort, both at the level of ministers, but senior officials supporting them, to reach out to provincial jurisdictions where they were seeing some of the sort of sympathy or knock-on effects of the Ottawa occupation, to make sure that every available authority was being brought to bear to bring these illegal events to a conclusion.
That's called a protest.
And I suppose the response that the federal government would have gotten would be varying degrees of success, if we can put it that way.
Yeah, I think that and obviously the inability across the country to use existing provincial and municipal authorities was one of the constant discussions before our government as we led up to the ultimate decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. But I remember from the very beginning an effort to educate ourselves as a government, and Mr. Goodale's email to some extent speaks to that, in terms of the different jurisdictional roles of orders of government. But we quickly understood the importance of collaborating and ensuring that municipal and provincial authorities were very much working with federal agencies that could provide support. And there are a number of federal agencies that were working with their counterparts, of course, but to really use every available remedy to bring these very damaging illegal occupations or blockades to
They're not
end.
illegal. Thank you.
And we know that on February 10th, you had a call with Premier Ford. Can you tell us about that call, how it came about? And before you even start, I'll pull up the document for your benefit. There's a readout of it at ssm.nsc.can. 50256. So just situating in time, this would be the Ambassador Bridge blockade is in full swing. February 10th is the date of the first IRG, so we're fairly advanced in the events of the time period we're looking at. And scroll down, is that the right document? Okay, yeah, there we go. Readout of Minister LeBlanc's call with Doug Ford tonight. Okay, so what can you tell us about the call that you had with Premier Ford?
So it was on the evening of February 10th. I remember, as you said, it was following that incident response group meeting. I left Ottawa to fly home to Moncton, New Brunswick, and I had been asked to talk to Premier Ford specifically around what we thought were some authorities the province had in the transportation sector around trucking licenses, permits, insurance certificates. I'm certainly not an expert on the precise regulatory authorities around provincial transportation sectors, but there was a belief that the province of Ontario may have a series of instruments or authorities that perhaps hadn't been brought to bear, whether it was in Windsor or in Ottawa. So it was suggested that I could perhaps reach out to Premier
Intergovernmental
Ford.
Affairs
I
Minister.
have a very constructive and cordial relationship with the Premier of Ontario. I texted him to say I was leaving for New Brunswick and would like to chat to him that evening if possible, and would be at home in 2 hours in Moncton. And he told me to call him when I landed, and I remember being at home. It was about 10:30 or 11 in the evening in New Brunswick. He was still at his office at Queen's Park in Toronto. I said I was calling him to talk about what we thought were some additional authorities that the government of Ontario may have that could be brought to bear with a circumstance in Windsor and obviously in Ottawa. And he immediately went to the process that his government was going through, which ultimately led to their declaration of an emergency order the following day. So the conversation quickly evolved into what Premier Ford was planning to do the following day. And frankly, it went well beyond what we were hoping in terms of some trucking or transportation regulatory authorities. He was very much focused on the economic damage to the province of Ontario and to the country. He talked to me about conversations he'd had with the governor of Michigan, the chief executives of some of the big auto companies, representatives of some of the big unions. He was extremely focused on the severe economic damage to Ontario and to the country. He was focused on the reputational damage that this means in terms of foreign investment into our country. And he was very focused on the public safety concerns and the threats of real violence that people were still continuing to advance in Ottawa and in Windsor. So the conversation, he was quite candid with me about his desire to have the Ontario Provincial Police take a greater role in the Windsor context and also in Ottawa. He talked about his frustration that the situation in Ottawa had not been resolved, and his government was very involved and committed to stepping up, including with the Government of Canada, to do what we needed to bring this to a conclusion across the province of Ontario. And I offered, obviously, as had my cabinet colleagues, to provide any federal resources, policing resources, regulatory authorities that the Government of Canada may have to support the plan that he outlined to me in that conversation. And the next day he had a news conference which laid out most of what he told me on that evening conversation.
Okay. Just before we leave the readout, Mr. Clerk, can we scroll down a little bit? There's just one thing I want to ask you about. Minister LeBlanc informed Premier Ford that the Americans will make it clear that anyone convicted will be barred from entering the United States. Can you tell us what that was about and what did or did not happen with that?
So in terms of what happened afterwards, I probably wouldn't have precise information, but whether it was the Canadian Border Services Agency or the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister, who had been having conversations with her counterparts in the White House, Jody Thomas had been briefing the incident response group and a number of ministers around the real concerns the Americans had. I know my colleague, the transport minister, who I think you'll see tomorrow, had spoken to his counterpart, the Secretary of Transportation in the United States. So in those meetings, the Americans, we were told by our colleagues or senior officials who had conversations with senior American authorities, including, as I say, our transport minister who spoke to his American counterpart, that they were prepared to do whatever they could to support our efforts to bring this illegal activity, these border blockades, to an end. And my understanding, and if I said that to the Premier, it's because somebody would have told us that the American authorities were prepared to help us if there were convictions of some of these truck drivers, for example. They would look at what authorities they had in the United States to bar them from entering the United States.
Okay, and Minister, just taking you back, the Minister Algabra's counterpart would be Secretary Buttigieg?
Exactly.
Okay, and we'll hear about that tomorrow, I think. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down and pull up ssm.nsc.can 402947. So, Minister, this is, as it's being pulled up, I think shortly after that call, you reported on it to the PMO. And so this is your text where you're conveying the Premier Ford's position and spoke to Ford. He's going gangbusters on truckers tomorrow, using emergency order, fines, seizing trucks, arrests, suspension of licenses. He's hot to hammer them at a presser tomorrow at 10 a.m. You will introduce legislation to make sure this can't happen again, and wants us to work on plan together to secure border/critical infrastructure going forward. He will then do a presser on Monday to diminish public health measures, but tomorrow is hard on enforcing against blockades. Response comes excellent. So is it fair to say that at this point, whatever happened leading up to this, Premier Ford and the federal government are aligned on an approach?
Oh, very much so. And that, I think, probably was a message I would have sent to the Prime Minister's office following that conversation that evening on the 10th of February. And it's certainly faithful to my recollection of that conversation. What I would do is, as I would talk to or exchange messages with the premiers, I would often ensure that Michael Vandergrift, the senior official at Privy Council office, had a readout of the substance of those calls that he could then circulate as well. But that would have been a message I would have sent to the Prime Minister's office.
That's all they were
And
doing, Barb. They are
I
very
certainly
rehearsed.
agree with your characterization. That evening, I finished the conversation with Premier Ford very reassured that the governments were going to work together to bring this to a conclusion, not just in Windsor, but obviously in Ottawa. And I would think the 10 or 12 days that followed were a proof point that that was the case.
So both of you are going gangbusters?
Hot to hammer at a presser.
Okay, yeah, they're laughing about it. This is sick.
The context was
sick.
Very much
They're
a
giggling
frustration.
about it. They're giggling about it. This is actually sick. This isn't right.
The border blockages, as I said at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, were having huge economic and reputational damage to our
Reputational damage, that's the key point here. Reputational damage to the Liberal Party of Canada and to Justin Trudeau and to the Trudeau brand.
legal block.
And that was worth the Emergencies Act. And that was all it took for the Emergencies Act to stop that reputational damage to Trudeau's brand.
Prior to this conversation,
That's what it's all about, folks. That's it. That's all.
great deal of assurance that that was the outcome that we were going to quickly achieve.
Fair enough. I was defining going gangbusters as being committed to finding a solution.
And that was absolutely the case.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you can you pull up ssm.can 50293? So we'll leave Ontario now and move to Alberta. So the next on the list here, February 11th, Premier Kenney communicated with Minister LeBlanc to express concerns that the provinces have been left with the enforcement challenge and that there has been no response to the request for the CAF, that's the Canadian Armed Forces, to help with tow trucks. And in our interview, you clarified that that message was conveyed by text. And Mr. Clerk, now if you can pull up pb.can 401868. not particularly legible, but Minister LeBlanc, maybe you can confirm that this is the text exchange to which you were referring. Scroll down one page, please, Mr. Clerk. There we go. So this one reads, this is from you it's a chat with Minister Alghabra and Minister Mendicino. And so you're reporting, I got these two messages from Jason Kenney last night. Your guy has really screwed the pooch. This technical term. This trucker vax policy is obviously just dumb political theater. Calling them all Nazis hasn't exactly helped.
So this is Commission Counsel and Intergovernmental Affairs Minister Dominic LeBlanc, and they were just spending a bunch of time giggling about stupidity, like it's way too cordial.
Guys turned down our request for army equipment to help us because apparently the government of scroll down, please. Canada doesn't really care about the international border being closed. Pensive emoji. But don't worry, the RCMP commander in Alberta just told me proudly that he's secured some psychologists to do a profile assessment on the protesters. I said, that's great news, Deputy Commissioner. Do any of them know how to drive a tow truck? Jay. To which Minister Alghabra replies, speaking of bonkers, and you reply, totally. So is that the text exchange that's reported in the summary of engagements?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So we're just going to pick apart and understand if this is the second time this text has arisen today. So I just want to pick apart a few statements made there. First of all, when he says your guy has really screwed the pooch, is he referring to the Prime Minister or who's that a reference to?
Yeah,
I
the Prime Minister.
didn't ask him. I didn't reply and ask him exactly which guy he was referring to. So I don't think I could speak for Premier Kenney when he sent that message.
Okay. What was your reaction broadly to these texts?
How did you feel, Tom?
I had developed as a member of Parliament a cordial and rather amicable relationship with Premier Kenney. We had kept in touch on a whole range of issues, so we had a sort of an ongoing conversation on a whole bunch of issues. When I was in Alberta, I would see him from time to time. I knew, and I think we saw Mr. Mendicino talk about that today, that the government of Alberta had considerable concerns around the ability to get tow trucks with respect to the blockage at the border crossing in Coutts, Alberta. And I knew, again, from probably Bill Blair or Marco at incident response group meetings.
Thank God we're done with Bill Blair.
Government of
In one way, we're done with some of the worst, Bill Blair and Marco, but then we still have Chrystia Freeland and Trudeau.
Oh, that's the best part.
Yeah, but these are the most insufferable ones are almost done.
So this text message was the Premier emphatically expressing his frustration, which I think he had shared with other colleagues, including Marco Mendicino.
Okay.
Marco Mendicino. Mendicino.
Thanks, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down and pull up SSM.can 50293 again.
Pocacino, Panocacino.
Is this guy WEF?
Oh, God knows. Probably. Yeah.
Okay, so we've been now through Ontario and we've been with Alberta, and the remainder of this document, Minister, reports on various other engagements you had with provincial premiers all around the time February 12th through 15th. So it's February 12th onwards. And with the assistance, feel free to keep it up. Can you tell us about the various conversations you were having and what you were hearing?
Sure. So you'll see, I think it was the Saturday, February 12th. That was the weekend we were having, I think, daily, almost daily incident response group meetings that the Prime Minister was chairing, in which I was participating. The situation from our perspective was becoming more and more alarming. There were a lot of public discussions of potential pop-up blockades or demonstrations. And I'm going by memory, but a number of provincial legislatures saw demonstrations. There were some in Toronto, some in Quebec City, a number of provincial capitals. There was public discussion of a number of potential border crossings being targeted as well. There was some discussion.
All this potential, but nothing realized, folks. You couldn't even put you couldn't even put your potatoes in the oven and cook it, right? What do you think? Canada Libre. Dun, 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 dun.
Well, yeah. So it's always potential. That's very meaningless.
It is. It's very sad and very meaningless.
I mean, I can say anything. I could be potentially. I could be king of England tomorrow. Potentially.
Potentially, yeah. I can see it. That'd be good. I'm gonna go watch some of your TikTok videos right now.
So on that Saturday, I wanted to reach out principally to a group of premiers in Atlantic Canada and Premier Horgan in British Columbia, who were seeing some of this activity in sympathy to the occupation that was taking place in Ottawa. I wanted to offer those premiers again, as they knew from their conversations between their senior officials, but I wanted them to hear from me that the Government of Canada was absolutely ready in as much as we could to provide any support that they thought would be useful. The RCMP in many of those provinces are also the contract police authority. And some of the premiers had said to me that they were receiving updates from the divisional commanders of the RCMP in their capacity as the contract police of jurisdiction in those provinces. I remember Premier Fury telling me of his real
Great
concern
TikTok
around
video.
a potential blockage at the ferry terminal in North Sydney.
The
He's a
Heritage
doctor
Minister
by
talking about
profession,
the censorship law.
and told me that on that ferry, many medical supplies, drugs, medical equipment is essentially transmitted to Port aux Basques in Newfoundland and then distributed around the province. And if ever there was a blockage of access to that ferry terminal, it's much more than fresh fruits and vegetables in grocery stores in Newfoundland, but it represented a real threat to public safety and security in his province. So I wanted them to know that we were monitoring those situations. We were receiving updates from senior federal officials in the law enforcement community, in the intelligence community, and that if they had any concerns, they could reach out to me. That was the nature of those conversations. And on the Sunday, on February 13th, Premier Horgan, I'm assuming if it was, I would have sent those messages and followed up on the Saturday, the 12th. But if it shows up on the 13th, it's because Premier Horgan probably replied to me on the Sunday, the 13th, to talk to me about some of the concerns we were seeing in the media around the Pacific Gateway border crossing.
Okay. And in any of those conversations, did the notion of invoking emergency legislation come up, either provincial or federal?
No, not in those conversations. It was the conversation with Premier Ford on the 10th where he spoke about the provincial emergency orders. But in those subsequent conversations on that weekend, no, I did not discuss with them the issue of a Federal Emergencies Act invocation.
Okay. And we know that Premier Ford did, in fact, invoke Ontario's emergency legislation on February 11th. Let me see. So you mentioned that Premier Fury was expressing a concern about, and if I can put it this way, there's no identified sort of threat to the supply chain, but he was concerned that that what was happening might spread and affect.
Okay, no identified threat to the supply chain. Supply chain. Holy crap! All these theoreticals, not what actually happened. It's all based on feelings. My God.
Well, when you start saying potential, you have so much. You have so much wiggle room, and that's what they've gotten away with. This is how they're going to get away with calling the Emergencies Act too, because they understood there was this threat. They wiggle room everywhere. With this, that's the whole country's turned into this. You're allowed to do whatever you want. Wiggle room everywhere.
Very sad. It is very sad.
I'm trying to remember. I did a TikTok on Dominic LeBlanc. He was one of the guys who was thankful for science that it was milder. It was on one of my accounts that got ripped down, I think, though. I'm just looking for it.
Thank you for science. I wish we could play your videos because they're hilarious, but I just can't do it. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like I know YouTube. YouTube, they're real dicks.
We're streaming to YouTube right now, and YouTube, you're great. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, YouTube is worse. I used to try to put stuff on Facebook. Everything. It sounds like you're putting stuff on Facebook. Everything I put on Facebook was just getting ripped down. They were like.
Yeah, I'm very careful how I speak.
Yeah.
I try to be. Okay, so I make mistakes, but I try to be.
There were protests, I think, in the city. I'm going by memory, in Halifax, and of course, Premier King, that Confederation Bridge to Prince Edward Island. is obviously a critical supply route
was
for
not
that
blocked.
province as well.
Why is it blocked?
That's not far from where I live, that bridge. It's a
It
two-lane
wasn't
bridge,
blocked,
and
LeBlanc.
It wouldn't theoretically take much to create
Stop
a block
theoretical!
between them and
Holy
accessing
hell!
that bridge. So there was a heightened concern that I was hearing
The theoretical bullshit isn't justification.
ministers from premiers about what I think they were seeing what was happening in Windsor, principally, but other points as well, and they were sharing their concerns with us.
Whereas
Holy.
Premier Horgan in BC, if you'll see the middle sort of bullet there, February 13th,
Hello.
he sort of seems to
Hi.
be conveying that
Yep.
from his
Okay,
perspective,
I don't even know-
things are pretty
I don't even
under
know.
control in BC. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down.
Yeah, Shauna Lee, but they don't really care about the actualities, do they?
So again, we're going to skip pretty quickly in the narrative here, given time constraints. But so those consultations, most of the ones we've discussed were the weekend of February 12th and 13th.
Can you see the chat,
We know
Canada
now
Libre?
essentially the
Coming-
chronology of
so I
what
can see
happened
Shauna
on
Lee's,
February
comment
13th.
showing up
So the IRG.
Can you see
meeting
the
in
actual chat
afternoon,
though?
Leading to
On the right side of the interface?
Oh, you know
Should
what?
be right.
Maybe,
You know, the layout isn't proper for you, maybe. You should be able to see the comments.
I only see,
Press the-
I'm only
there's
see chat with everyone in the studio, so I don't think that means.
Do you see a comments button?
Both at the IRG and
No?
late in that
Well,
Sunday
there's
evening.
there's quite a lot of them. Here, let me just
The
put
Prime
the last
Minister
ones from
made it
just
very
now.
clear to ministers that he had not come to a decision. He was very clear that he had not
We're getting quite a bit of
come
activity
to a
here.
conclusion around invoking
We have
the Emergencies Act. that he was
185
gonna
on
hear
Facebook
from
and 7 on
premiers the
YouTube.
Following day, but the discussion was
Wow,
amongst
big numbers.
ministers in terms of
Like I said, we used to do a bit better, but you know, it is what it is. I love everyone in here.
necessary to bring these illegal occupations and blockades to an end, and to restore some sense of public confidence,
I don't like
because
normalization of the
even
term
if
occupation.
particular
That's really problematic in itself.
activities or
And I wish they would
blockades
strike that,
were
'cause that's
perhaps
a very
being
specific
resolved.
term.
Ottawa
It's a
certainly
protest,
wasn't.
it's not an occupation.
But there was a concern, as I said, about a spreading effect or what would be the knock-on effect. So
We actually
he listened to ministers.
we went to war with their biased language that's trying to paint a subconscious image without the context, of course, a long time ago. And I'll bring up some of those old banners.
The RCMP, the Canadian Border Service, some of the officials I'm sure you've interviewed would have described to ministers their sense of the evolving situation.
Yep,
And then the
very
Prime
good.
Minister would have heard from ministers in terms of their views on what was necessary to resolve this.
Okay, and well, you'll be
was
glad to know
necessary
that
to
given your
resolve
role
this? Did you try
as
talking?
Minister of
Did you try
Intergovernmental
that?
Affairs,
No?
I'm going to be focusing on that as opposed to going through all of the inputs that were received before Cabinet that night. So, Mr. Clerk, can you then pull up, please?
This is another really very interesting thing about this whole proceeding. The Emergencies Act itself says this. It mentions the Canadian Bill of Rights explicitly, and they have not mentioned it once in proceeding. They've mentioned the Charter a few times, but they're very careful not to mention the Canadian Bill of Rights, which is 100% valid legislation. And that's a quotation directly from the Emergencies Act.
Invitation that was sent about the First Minister's meeting, and I think it was sent, we see the timestamp at
Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen
10:46
that.
p.m.
Of course
Eastern
he will.
Standard
His
Time.
his
We have to do
party's
the
gonna-
conversion for
his
time
party's
there.
gonna get destroyed if there's an election
And
right
sorry,
now, so
scroll down a little bit, please.
do whatever
They
he needs to
probably have about $26 in the bank.
Being an urgent First Minister's call, the call will take
irrelevant.
place
They made-
on
he made
February
his party
14th at
irrelevant.
10:15. Dial in.
Certainly
from
not the
follow.
party of Jack
Please
Layton.
Confirm your Premier's availability. I apologize for the short notice. Michael being
while we're
Michael
doing this,
Vandegrift.
I'm just-
The majority of their voters are too young to remember Jack Layton.
Well, probably. And Jack, you know.
That's right.
I
And
was never a
I
fan of
remember
Jack for
discussing with him
starters,
that
but,
evening
at
after
least,
he sent that after
he was an alternative. Like he
the
actually had
cabinet
different points of
meeting
view.
had
No, I
concluded
used to watch
at
Jack.
10:30
I used to
or
watch a lot of
10:45
that
that
question
evening.
period
Okay.
in Ontario provincial
What's
parliament.
sort of
I liked him a
conspicuous
lot.
by
He
its
was like, I don't
absence
agree with
in
him, but
that
he was
email
really-
is any
he was
mention of
actually
the
really
Emergencies
sharp.
Act, any mention of
he
why the
brought
First
something to the
Minister's
table.
meeting is being
He's a zero, though.
convened.
Like all he's
Can you
doing
tell
is
us why that
he's a
would
complete
be?
sellout. He's just trying to do whatever he can to support the Liberal Party. to keep
We
his
obviously
own-
had
keep his,
a significant
keep his own
concern
political career afloat.
about potential leaks in the public domain about the subject of that First Minister's meeting. I had no doubt that had we said we're convening this First Minister's conversation on the Emergencies Act, everybody on their morning radio shows would have heard that the Prime Minister has a meeting with the premiers to discuss the Emergencies Act. And we've heard from law enforcement officials in our own government, and I've taken note of a number of witnesses before your commission, about the potential of an incendiary reaction to the invocation. So we thought that it would have been irresponsible to risk that going out into the public space before the First Ministers had had an opportunity, absent from everybody's early morning radio shows, to talk to the Prime Minister about that issue. So there were two reasons probably why Mr. Vandergrift didn't put
Mr. Vandergrift?
One was to
Mr.
minimize
Vandergrift?
the
What?
inevitable
No.
leak to media or in the public space. We had a lot of experience with First Ministers meetings in the COVID context, and very rarely were those discussions not in some extent reflected in public comments. So that was a concern. But also I think there was a desire from the Privy Council office to, as much as was possible, to allow First Ministers to have that conversation with the Prime Minister at 10:15 on the 14th, absent, as I said, the public discourse that would have inevitably followed about should we, will we, did the government decide. That, as much as possible, would have been counterproductive to an open and frank discussion amongst First Ministers.
And one thing Madame Drouin said about on this point when she testified on Friday was, her words, I believe, were they knew that from the moment the government starts talking publicly about invoking the Emergencies Act, the timeline to take a decision is very short. So does that reflect what you're discussing right now? It was kept quiet because once it's out there, who knows what happens?
That was very much a concern the government had. She reflected, I think, what was a concern of some of the advice we were getting from senior officials in the law enforcement and intelligence apparatus of the Government of Canada. But we've seen subsequently premiers who had expressed in that meeting concerns around the public effect of a discussion of a potential invocation.
Holy hell.
The shortest period of time between the public discussion around should the government or will the government proceed to an invocation of the Emergencies Act, the shorter period of time would perhaps be conducive with the public safety imperative of making that decision in a way that was responsible.
Well, I think in the end it clocked in as under 24 hours, so that was mission accomplished.
Yeah, and obviously some people would have said that we should have had an open and extensive public conversation around these issues in the particular context of the illegal activities that were taking place
The illegal
and the real
activities that
threat
were-
to the safety of Canadians.
What safety- what
We
was
as
the
a
safety
government
concern?
concluded that a prolonged and public conversation of this would not be conducive to a safe and efficient and effective ending of these illegal blockades and
I know, it looks
occupations.
so much safer. They
Understood.
called in all the
And
police
because
and
you
all
mentioned
those
it,
military and trampled
the
people to
various
horses.
First
That was much
Ministers'
safer. Nice
conversations
job,
or
Dominic.
calls rather that were had around COVID back in, I think probably March 2020, around then, is something that's arisen sort of tangentially in passing a couple of times in testimony before the commission. But so I'll just ask you to also address it tangentially in passing. But can you tell us a little bit about how those meetings were convened and how they proceeded and what they were about? Because obviously we know that those meetings touched in part on whether emergency legislation would be appropriate in that context.
So obviously in the context of the pandemic, federal provincial cooperation on public health measures, on things as important as vaccine procurements, vaccine distributions, border measures. The Government of Canada has responsibility, obviously, for international borders. So there was a very effective, I would argue, and extensive federal provincial collaboration around the fight against COVID. That was
Holy
one
hell.
of, I think, our country's successes in terms of managing our federation. That
No, it wasn't.
required, in some cases, weekly, or bi-weekly calls, the Prime Minister would convene with First Ministers. I would participate in most, if not all of those calls, usually as an observer.
Aren't you
But
a
the
minister?
Prime
Why
Minister
would you just
wanted
be
to
an
coordinate
observer?
as much as possible the various public health measures. Dr. Tam would provide updates. So that was an ongoing discussion. At one point, there was a discussion, I don't remember, but I think it was in 2020, in the first months potentially of the pandemic, around could the Emergencies Act be an instrument that would be helpful in our collective fight against COVID. And I think my colleague David Lametti consulted some of his provincial and territorial counterparts, or not some of, consulted provincial and territorial counterparts. There was a process, and the government concluded that at that moment, there was never a conclusion that we would never or could never perhaps have recourse to the Emergencies Act around the COVID measures. But certainly we concluded, having had that conversation with premiers and public health experts, that it wouldn't have been a particularly advisable tool at that particular moment.
Okay.
But that was not an active part of the First Minister's conversations around
This is so boring.
the COVID measures. It probably came up once or twice. But
This
to
is
say
the
it
dry
was a
part,
source
folks.
of significant discussion.
Another
at the
hour or
First
so and we
Minister's
should be at the
level, I think
cross-examination.
might not be an accurate representation, but it certainly had come up.
Okay, that's perfect. And certainly before this First Minister's call, the idea of invoking the Emergencies Act in the context of the Freedom Convoy had not come up in conversations with any premiers. Is that-
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's accurate.
How am I doing for time? I completely neglected to write down when I started.
You've lots of time left. You have
Okay.
about, I think about 20, 30 minutes.
Perfect. Okay. So then I wanted to
Did you
take
just
the
go,
minister to
"Aw"?
the chronology
Was that you?
of February 14th.
Another 30 minutes of like, what, just
And I'll
repeating
ask Mr.
government
Clerk to
talking points?
pull up
That's
now
it. That's all.
OPS 301456. No, sorry, 14566. So this is just a little chronological point that we'd like to clear up, because if you scroll down here, and just to let you know what these are, I think they're probably scribe notes of a police meeting. So I think the participants were Commissioner Lucky, Commissioner Carrick, and Chief Slowly, if I'm not mistaken. Scroll down a little, oh, actually you've got it. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So if you see the last bullet point there, this is a meeting that takes place at 10 o'clock in the morning on February 14th. And you'll see what's recorded about what Commissioner Lucky says is Lucky did not get Prime Minister briefed on the plan. The plan here being the Ottawa police plan to resolve the situation in Ottawa. And then Prime Minister will be enacting the Emergency Measures Act. So if I take your evidence and some other evidence we've heard so far, that had not been decided at 10 o'clock in the morning on the 14th, that the Prime Minister would invoke the Emergencies Act?
No, it had not been decided at all. I don't know why the Commissioner would have said that. The Prime Minister began the meeting with the premiers at 15 minutes after she said that by saying he had not come to a decision whatsoever. The clerk had not moved the decision memo to him. So that is not an accurate representation whatsoever from my perspective of when the government made the decision.
Okay, and to be fair, these are notes of a meeting, so it's not necessarily what Commissioner Lucky said, but it's what's written down about what
Right,
she said.
and I'm seeing this
So-
for the first time here. But
Okay, but in any event, that does not accord with your recollection of the chronology.
no, that does not reflect at all my understanding and my personal involvement with those decisions on that day on the 14th.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down. And can you pull up ssm.nsc.can 50625? this is the readout, Minister LeBlanc, of the First Minister's meeting itself. So with the assistance of this, I'd like you to just walk us through it. How did that meeting unfold? How did it take place? Obviously not every detail, but what were the various opinions being conveyed, being expressed, and how were they received?
So I obviously have familiarized myself with this summary of that conversation, and I participated, of course, in that meeting. I made a brief intervention at the front end of that conversation. The Prime Minister began by stressing that he had not come to a decision on whether we should invoke the Federal Emergencies Act. He spoke at length in terms of these measures would not supplant existing provincial authorities. I think later in the conversation there was some discussion about whether command structures of provincial police authorities would change. The Prime Minister wanted to, at the front end of the meeting, make it very clear that these were designed to be complementary measures that provincial and municipal law enforcement authorities could use when they thought they were needed. He was very clear that it should be a proportionate series of measures, proportionate to the real public order emergency that the government was seeing, to the threat to the safety and security of Canadians. And he also made it clear to the premiers at the front end that nothing in the invocation of the Emergencies Act would take away the charter protections that Canadians enjoyed, and that this could be done in a way that was compliant with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can you scroll down to the next page, please? We're just going to go through
This
a
stuff
few
is
of the views
embarrassing, guys.
that appear to have been
This is
expressed
so embarrassing
by various
and so sad.
participants on the call. So Premier Horgan sees he says the approach sounds measured and practical. We're as susceptible as anyone across the country. But then he says, only concern is that these measures would be implemented by the RCMP, which are already fully taxed, and then concern about emboldening those losing public support. People are exhausted, but have taken 3 shots, worry that too heavy a hand may embolden others. But then he says, in the end, would support.
We all know
this-
that Premier Horgan was an extremist in his beliefs and his ideologies, and that he's no longer serving, thankfully, to the people of British Columbia. Wish him well in his personal health and ventures, but certainly the majority of people have not taken 3 or 4 or whatever they're talking about. It's like 3% of the population or something, but anyways. Unfortunately, Premier Horgan lived in a fantasy land, but it is what it is, right? And thankfully, he's not the Premier anymore.
Or emboldening some of the actors that were already entrenched at various blockades or in the city of Ottawa. He talked about the importance of the proportionality of it, that the measures have to be targeted to the specific threat, but the measures would need to be tailored to bring it to a successful and safe conclusion as quickly as possible. A number of premiers, I think Premier Horgan, it's not reflected in these notes, but a number of premiers expressed their concern for what they saw was happening in the city of Ottawa. That clearly was a source of a lot of national attention. But Premier Horgan, we took Premier Horgan's support to be very important because his province had not been immune from some activity, including some threats to the Pacific border crossing with Washington State.
Scrolling down a little bit more, Mr. Clerk, until we get to Premier Cochrane says at the very last bullet there, would support emergency measures, but would ask for further consultation if decide to bring in the Army. Where does that reference to bringing in the Army come from? Is that something that was discussed actively at the meeting?
No, it wasn't discussed by my recollection until she raised it. One of the confusions that I worried about, and it's reflected in the interview summaries of our conversation in Vancouver, because this was the first time the Emergencies Act was potentially going to be invoked, many people went back to the 1970s context where the legislation had a different name and some of the enforcement was not done by civilian police officers, or some of the physical security presence, I think is a better way to say it, was not only done by civilian police officers. So Premier Cochrane raised it, and the Prime Minister, I think, later on in the meeting made it very clear that having military personnel deployed in an enforcement or security context on the streets in Canada was an absolute last resort, and it was not being contemplated whatsoever in any of the conversations we had in terms of what might be the measures in a potential declaration. So he very quickly, I think, tried to clear up Premier Cochrane's misunderstanding about the role of the military. It was not being considered, and it wasn't a context that the government was looking at.
Okay. And since you raised it, actually, let me ask you this. The misperception of between the Emergencies Act and its predecessor, the War Measures Act, is that something you were picking up a lot over these 3 weeks, over the events of the convoy?
I think so, because this was a unique moment heretofore in Canada where the successor legislation was potentially going to be invoked for a public order emergency. The criteria were different. The protection of the Charter, of course, wasn't present in 1970. So the juridical and constitutional context was different. That's why some, I guess, 4 decades ago. But we worried about that public misunderstanding. Il n'y a pas de doute qu'au Québec, et les commentaires du premier ministre Legault lors de son intervention plus tard dans les notes que vous avez, étaient, je crois, et ça c'est mon impression, je l'ai partagé avec la ministre Lebel du Québec suite à la discussion des premiers ministres, que c'était pas du tout le même contexte. Il n'y avait aucune autorité fédérale qui allait remplacer une autorité municipale ou provinciale, surtout en ce qui a trait au corps policier. Il demeurait encore une confusion, moi je dirais profonde, quant à l'application de la loi. Et moi, je pensais que c'était important de rassurer le premier ministre du Québec, mais les autres premiers ministres, comme la première ministre des Territoires du Nord-Ouest, que ce n'était pas du tout le cas.
OK, bon, allons-y voir ça en fait à la page, at page, sorry, I'm just going to find the page where Monsieur Legault's statements are made. Page 6, please. So Premier Legault here says, this is in English, but so translated, I imagine, but in Quebec, we are preoccupied by the situation in Ottawa. It is unacceptable, have to do what needs to be done, support for it 100%. What is important to say is that we don't have this type of problem in Quebec. The SQ, that's the Sécurité du Québec, has been able to control the situation so far. We have to be very cautious about moves to inflame. We don't want the Emergencies Act to apply in Quebec. The Emergencies Act must only apply to provinces in agreement with the application of the Act. We don't need it and we don't want it. So are those the remarks that you were referring to?
Ça, c'est fidèle aux commentaires que je me rappelle que le premier ministre Legault avait fait à l'époque lors de cette discussion. Je pense que le premier ministre lui a rassuré et j'ai fait la même chose avec son ministre des Relations canadiennes, Mme Lebel, suite à la rencontre des premiers ministres, qu'une proclamation potentielle n'allait pas remplacer les autorités existantes au Québec ou ailleurs au Canada, que la GRC n'allait pas prendre une autorité policière au Québec qui n'existait pas avant la proclamation. J'ai aussi discuté dans mon cas avec Mme Lebel suite à la rencontre, la situation à Gatineau. Et ultimement, il y a eu l'aide, je crois, des corps policiers de Gatineau et la Sûreté de Québec dans les ententes qui existaient entre les provinces pour partager des ressources policières dans le besoin. Le premier ministre a soulevé l'importance du poste frontalier à la colle et l'importance pour le commerce international. Il y avait possiblement des discussions d'un blocus.
They're
dans
trying
ce sens-là.
I think they're trying to kill the audience before the cross-examination starts. That's my opinion now.
Au Québec, que ce soit dans la ville de Québec ou à Montréal, a été très bien maîtrisé par les autorités locales et provinciales. Ils n'ont pas eu la situation difficile qui s'est implantée à Ottawa.
All right, I'm just going to mute this garbage and play a video for you guys while they're doing their thing.
The commission consistently directs that we are to make motions in writing. So we do so. We currently have 2 outstanding. The first is dealing with all of these redactions that the Government of Canada has put on all of the staffers' correspondence, as well as the notes of Ms. Katie Telford, the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister. They have redacted these documents claiming they are irrelevant or that they are in fact subject to a cabinet confidence, despite the fact that the law is abundantly clear and undeniably clear that cabinet confidence does not apply to political staffers. These include the notes of Sarah Jackson, who is the office manager of Katie Telford, discussing the Emergencies Act, discussing the protest, discussing what they're going to do. These include the email responses from Minister Blair to his own Chief of Staff about why he did not accept the advice of law enforcement to carry out the plan that was before the IRG. The Government of Canada has continuously and every day dropped hundreds of documents on the parties, and the parties are frustrated. It is not just myself. They have tried to turn this entire proceeding into an inquiry about the failures of Chief Slawley, as opposed to actually about the invocation of the Emergencies Act. And my duty to my clients, and my duty as a lawyer, is to uncover the truth. We have also applied, and we applied before I asked the questions with respect to Mr. Brian Fox, to have him compelled as a witness. And we did that in writing. We applied to also now have Mr., I believe it's David Chan, who we found out was the individual who actually took the photos of the gentleman carrying the Confederate flag, of which he is also the photographer for the Prime Minister.
David Chan's not the right.
Well, I would disagree with you if you happen. You have an official. You have an official photographer. Well, I understand there's an official photographer.
But that's not him.
So explain to us
why you've named Brian Fox.
Because we have a witness in our application who had met the person with the flag, all right, on the day he was running around with it, and can identify him as Mr. Fox.
Who's that person?
It's in the application, and I'm not allowed to say yet because they won't release it to you. Our applications that we have made, applications that we have made, have still not been released by the commission.
Are you worried about getting sued, sir?
No, I'm not. Because guess what? Truth is a full defense, and we also have privileges for things of which we say in a courtroom. And the reason that exists is so that lawyers can do their job and witnesses can tell the truth. I don't care about Enterprise's little announcement yesterday. I could care less. If they want to bring that, I would be happy to do so and defend it and get discovery and get their records.
What are your odds of getting at the truth on this sidewalk?
Well, I can tell you the odds of getting at the truth, and a commissioner who has no compulsion powers at law directing that I leave a building, a government building where I am counsel, to a client whose rights to counsel are constitutionally protected.
Well, you're challenging his authority.
Well, I understand that. And I'm challenging the lawfulness of what's going on.
How would you describe?
Thank you.
How would you describe your attitude there?
Canadians are entitled to the truth, and you can't hide behind unlawful redactions in a public inquiry, claiming baseless redactions on staffer correspondence because it may hurt you. And that, in my view, is what the Government of Canada is doing. And it needs to stop. And had we had a timely ruling on these redactions, this application made orally today would have been entirely unnecessary.
Is it your expectation to continue?
Sorry,
in the
which the
proceedings?
application for Alex Cohen would have been entirely unnecessary?
Correct.
Is it your expectation to continue in the proceedings today?
Yes. Well, it's my client's constitutional right to have legal representation of their choice.
Is there another lawyer as part of the team that could step in for you if you're not allowed back in?
Client's choice is to have me.
And with respect to being thrown out of the building at the direction of the commissioner, there is no jurisdiction to do that either. So it is what it is. We'll wait and we'll see.
Is that your next steps then? You're just going to wait for some response from the commissioner now?
Response more so from security. It's up to security whether or not I'm allowed in the building, and it's up to the commissioner whether or not he'll abide by my client's constitutional right to have the lawyer of their choice and the procedural fairness and constitutional right to be heard before the tribunal.
Thank you.
One of those contexts.
Okay, thank you. You can take that document down now, Mr. Clerk, and pull up briefly ssm.nsc.can 403224. And you can scroll down to page 3, please. So, Mr. LeBlanc, as you know, the consultation with the provinces is part and parcel of the Emergencies Act under Section 25. It's an obligation that must be fulfilled before the act can be invoked. So this is what we're looking at right now is the decision note prepared by the clerk of the Privy Council delivered to the Prime Minister on February 14th. And at the bottom of the page here, she talks about the consultation requirement, and she says, on February 14th, 2022, you convened a First Minister's meeting to discuss with the premiers, seek their views on this scenario and the measures being explored. We can scroll down a bit because we know essentially what was said during the meeting. She resumes, she summarizes the various opinions that were expressed, and then she says, this First Minister's meeting will meet the requirements for consultation with the provinces under the Emergencies Act, and then follows that with a letter. So I suppose the question to put would be, so this was one First Minister's meeting, and I think it lasted about an hour or something like that, if that's correct. If this meets the consultation requirement, is there anything that wouldn't?
Well, we believe that meeting was an essential part, as you noted, in terms of the decision to invoke the act. The Prime Minister had not made up his mind whatsoever before that conversation. But a number of discussions between my cabinet colleagues and their counterparts in the provinces and territories, between senior officials of our government, in multilateral fora, and in some cases bilaterally with provincial and territorial officials, informed our government's conclusion that existing provincial municipal authorities were going to be inadequate to bring this to a safe and expeditious conclusion. So this one meeting was the moment where the Prime Minister shared his views on the potential invocation of the Emergencies Act. But as I said, there were ongoing and active bilateral and multilateral conversations at almost every level of our government that were necessary inputs into the government's decision to proceed to the Emergencies Act as the source of final authority or the last resort in terms of concluding this serious threat to Canadian safety and security.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can you take that one down now and pull up ssm.can 50124? So this is the report to Parliament on the consultations, which I assume you're quite familiar with, Minister LeBlanc, and it goes to the point you were just making, I believe, which is, sorry, scroll down a bit, please, Mr. Clerk, so we can just see what goes. So the first thing that's listed here, well, there's the background, and then a subheading that says engagement. And over the next few pages, we're not going to go through it all. A lot of it we've heard about over the last few weeks, but scroll down. It describes the various engagements that were had at both the political and officials level over the course of the convoy events. Sorry, Mr. Clerk, can you just keep scrolling for a little bit? Scroll down, we see Prime Minister speaking to the Premier, scroll down again, keep scrolling, and then we see on page, I've lost count, consultations on the Emergencies Act with the First Ministers. And this describes the actual consultation with the First Ministers that we've just gone through. So if I take what you're saying and if I'm not putting it fairly, then please correct me. But the consultation requirement was fulfilled in the clerk's advice and in your view by the First Minister's meeting at which the premiers were directly consulted about their views on the Emergencies Act. But that was also, in some senses, informed by discussions that had been had broadly around the topic of how to resolve this problem prior to that.
Exactly. There was a very deep and a pervasive effort on our government's part to engage with provincial officials and ministers, some cases municipal authorities, particularly to canvass that very issue of, are we missing some provincial regulatory authority, some municipal authority that may assist in concluding some of the illegal blockades or occupations, but also get ahead of some of the discussion of other potential flare-ups. So we viewed the consultation as much more than one particular meeting. If you will, that was the conclusion of the consultative effort. But as I said, many ministers and senior officials of our government had been engaged for many weeks with provincial and territorial officials on what collectively we needed to do to manage a situation that was becoming increasingly alarming, was spreading geographically. The risk of violence or public disorder was growing, not diminishing in some cases. So the trend lines were all worrisome, and that was part of the ongoing discussion. The First Minister's meeting was the formal moment where the Prime Minister heard from all the premiers. I think it might be instructive. As I said, he started on the West Coast and went to the East Coast with a trip across the North to hear from the territorial premiers. He did not cut anyone off. There were, unlike your questioning and the commissioner's rules on time limits, there were no time limits on that conversation. He would have stayed on that call for as long as any premier wanted to talk. He cut nobody off. He answered some questions as premiers would ask them, sometimes ministers, David Lametti in particular. So every premier on that call had an unlimited opportunity to share his or her views with the Prime Minister and some ministers. And at the end, he asked if anybody had anything else to add before he concluded by saying
Folks,
he had
this
not
is
made
pure
a
agony,
decision
and
that he would
I
reflect
appreciate
on
you
what he'd
enduring
heard.
this.
And the governor and
doing
council
other things, 'cause
process
at this
was
point it's dragging
engaged
so
later
late
that
into the evening.
Thank you, that's
that
helpful. And that actually, Minister,
that
brings us
it's
to
running
the end
over other
of the
things that I'm
questions that I
obligated to
have
do,
for you.
so
But
hold
before
on
I
a
sit
moment.
down, I will ask you, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you. It's been a privilege to answer your questions, and it's an opportunity for me that I've never had as a lawyer to participate in something like this. So thank you very much.
Commissioner, those are my questions.
Okay, so now we go to the next phase. Do you want a break before we do that or just press on?
Mr. Commissioner, you've been at this longer today than I have, so if you're prepared to go on, I am too, but it's entirely up to you.
No problem. We're used to long days here. Okay, convoy organizers, please.
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner. Bathsheba Vandenberg, Co-Counsel for Freedom Corps and protesters. We have no questions for Minister LeBlanc. However, we would like to give 5 minutes of our time to the City of Windsor and 10 minutes to Justice Center and Democracy Fund. Thank you.
That's a very good development. Okay, so just so I get that right, 5 minutes to Windsor and 10 minutes to the Democracy Fund, JCCF, that's right? Okay. So next is the Government of Saskatchewan, please.
Good evening, Minister. My name is Mike Morris, and I'm counsel for the Government of Saskatchewan.
Good evening.
I'm just going to advise, I'm better in English than I am in French, and my translation's not working, so it will probably work better if we can speak in English when possible, okay?
Happy to do so. My mother was an Anglophone and my father a Francophone, so I'm
Thank you, sir.
happy to have our exchange in English.
Okay. Minister, I understand that the Intergovernmental Affairs Secretariat is contained within the Privy Council office, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Vandergrift is the DM of Intergovernmental Affairs, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And I understand he was the DM in January and February of this year as well. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And there is an FPT, Intergovernmental Affairs Group, correct?
There is. He has an ongoing dialogue with his counterparts in provinces and territories as well.
I expect that group was very active in January and February of this year, particularly with respect to attempting to coordinate COVID-related responses. Is that fair?
That's fair. That group was very busy, as I mentioned earlier, in our necessary and I would think quite effective federal provincial dialogue around the COVID measures. But there were also, in the COVID context, Dr. Tam had her counterparts, the chief public health officers. There were groups of health ministers. So the COVID context was much more than intergovernmental affairs. But they would have played, to your point, an active role in assisting the Privy Council group that works with me, and Mr. Vandergrift in particular, would have played an active role in supporting other federal agencies and officials in their relationships with provincial and territorial counterparts.
Okay, but in spite of that, this particular group that DM Vandergrift led didn't meet with respect to the Emergencies Act until after it was invoked, correct?
That's right. And as for the reasons I shared with your colleague, the Commission Counsel, we thought that if the government was ultimately going to conclude that that was the last resort to bring these illegal occupations and protests and blockades to an end, it was not conducive to have that conversation in a public context. And the fewer meetings where that issue was raised increased the likelihood that we would be able to have that conversation in an appropriate way at the appropriate moment and not have it in the public space for days and weeks ahead of time.
Right. And I'm just going to quote from the interview summary for what DM Vandergrift said. I expect this is exactly as you related it. DM Vandergrift explained that the reason for this was to avoid a leak of the subject matter.
So we're on to Cross now, but I'm also following something else happening in Ottawa right now. At the OCDSP is having a certain vote on something concerning apparatuses, so I'm following that.
Okay.
Trying to.
But
it's very hard
you
to
would
get
agree-
any kind of information on it. Just a couple of tweeters coming up over and over again. I can't seem to find anything from anyone there.
Beforehand, would you not?
Oh, I got to do my paperwork.
From my participation in that meeting, none of the first ministers appeared unprepared. And frankly, when the prime minister explained the reason for his convening the meeting, none of them expressed surprise.
Surprise!
So I didn't detect a level of unpreparedness or surprise in that meeting at all.
Okay. We heard a little bit from Ms. Drouin, Deputy Clerk of the Privy Council last week, and in her view, once it became known that the federal government, was considering using the Emergencies Act, a decision would need to be made very quickly about whether to invoke it or not. Did you share that view as well?
Yes, I shared that view, and I think that view was widely shared in our government. As I said, a protracted public discussion would not have been conducive to an effective use of the act, an effective invocation. And a number of
we're going to
people
talk with
offered the view that there was.
We're going to talk with authority about something that's never literally unprecedented in Canadian society, but we're going to talk about authority about the standard best practices that really don't exist.
Public conversation perhaps wouldn't have been effective there either.
Nothing.
Well, actually, CSIS offered that view as well, didn't they?
That's right, and the government considered that view absolutely.
Okay, but you're certainly aware that on February 13th, Minister Blair did. Well, I'm aware of two interviews, one with Rosemary Barton and one with Mercedes Stevenson, where he indicated to those people, national media, that the federal government was considering invoking the Emergencies Act. You're aware of that, correct?
I remember those interviews that Sunday. It was that the journalists were asking how, is the government considering every possible option? I'll remind you, it was the third weekend that the city of Ottawa was paralyzed in a way that was, in our view, a significant and serious risk to public safety and security. And Mr. Blair was saying that any responsible government would, at this point in that emergency, look at every available option to bring this to a successful and safe conclusion.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the clerk to pull up a document. It's SSM CAN 402370. And just so you know, Minister, this document is listed as FMM Feb 14 Q&A. So I assume it's Q&As that were prepared for the First Minister's meeting. Were you aware that such things were prepared?
Some of those things are prepared regularly for various meetings. I don't remember seeing this document certainly before the meeting. I looked at it in some of the documents that might have been sent by the Commission, but I certainly didn't see this document before the First Minister's meeting.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that it wasn't prepared for the First Minister's meeting?
No, but I can't speak to which documents were prepared by which officials. I don't have a full recollection of what documents were circulated, but if you tell me that that was a Privy Council or federal government document that was circulated, I'm prepared to take your word for it, but I can't speak to it personally.
Okay. And I just want you to take a look at the first two questions on this Q&A. The first one is, why did you wait so long to act? And the second is, when will this come into effect? Will you agree with me that these Q&As appear to have been drafted as if the decision to invoke the Act had already been made by the time of the First Minister's meeting?
No, that I can tell you without hesitation that the decision had not been made. If some communications official is preparing documents for other officials or for political offices, I say, I don't know who prepared these documents or where they were circulated, but there are a series of documents that are prepared for various hypothetical scenarios in the government as part of the routine course of business. So I would not agree with the characterization that that speaks to a decision made.
Okay, or perhaps whoever drafted it may have been mistaken. Is that your view then?
No, maybe they were. I wouldn't have said it that way until you did. Maybe they were. But as I say, this is a normal course of business for communications officials in the government of Canada. That decision was clearly before the cabinet. The cabinet had been, the incident response group and the cabinet had been considering this second track process for a few days. I don't know when this document was produced even, but as that decision was being considered, it would have been normal for communications officials to prepare documents in contemplation of a decision, but it does not confirm a decision. That would not be accurate.
Okay. Sir, Commission Counsel took you to some of the things that were said during the First Minister's meeting. I would like to address some of the things that weren't said during the call. Will you agree with me that there was no discussion about there being an approved operational plan to clear the protest in Ottawa?
That was a discussion that I remember at a number of incident response group meetings or
but not at the First Minister's meeting. That's what I'm interested in, sir.
I don't remember the First Minister's getting into operational policing details in the city of Ottawa. No, I don't.
Okay. And will you agree with me that at that FMM meeting, the federal government did not advise that no police services said they needed additional authorities?
Again, the Prime Minister convened that meeting to hear from premiers. We didn't provide them with detailed briefings on what police authorities had told our cabinet.
Okay. Will you agree with me that there was no discussion of the specific measures that would be included in the emergency economic measures order?
I
Wiggle,
want
wiggle,
to see
wiggle,
the
wiggle, wiggle,
document
wiggle,
again
wiggle,
that
wiggle,
was-
wiggle,
that
wiggle,
your
wiggle,
colleague,
wiggle,
the
wiggle.
Commission Counsel,
Lie.
brought out in terms of the First Minister's meeting. I do know at the very front end of it, my colleague David Lametti explained 6 areas where the government was considering as potential sources of emergency authorities in the declaration, in a potential declaration. But I don't remember the detail that he would have given on particular financial measures. I do know that that was shared with premiers as one of the potential sources of authorities in this declaration.
Okay, I think your counsel can probably take it up with you because they have some time at the end. I have limited time, unfortunately. But would you agree with me that there was no discussion, for example, of how credit unions may be affected by the order or how insurers might be affected by the order?
That's
No
literally
acknowledgement
been
that
the
they're
entire
provincial crown
hearing
corporations.
because there was nothing to justify the emergency, so they have to go off of the hypotheticals. There was literally nothing to go on, so that's all they got.
Specifics of which financial institutions would or would not be affected, but I do know we shared with First Ministers the very clear option that should there be an invocation of the Emergencies Act, one of the authorities that we would purport to invoke would be a way to immobilize some of the very real financing, which was fueling, and no pun intended, because a lot of it was spent on fuel, I think, was fueling the illegal occupation in the city of Ottawa and some of the blockades at critical border infrastructures as examples.
I think I can probably help out a little bit. The document that Commission Counsel showed you was prepared by the Government of Canada. So I just want you to confirm that you have no reason to believe that it was inaccurate in terms of what it put in or left out in terms of the summary, do you?
I'm not trying to be difficult, but the Commission Counsel put a number of government documents before me. If you're talking about the one at the end where your colleague went through various premiers' comments at the First Minister's meeting, that was an accurate description as I remember that particular conversation at 10:15 on the 14th with the premiers.
And you'll agree with me that several of the premiers, including Premier Moe, expressed concern that invoking the act could inflame circumstances.
Yes, that's accurate.
And in fact, that was similar to a concern that had been raised
Folks,
by
I'm
CSIS,
struggling to make it
correct?
through this. I
That's
won't lie
also
to you.
correct, yes.
And several of the premiers indicated that demonstrations were being adequately handled with existing authorities, including Premier Moe. Is that fair?
That's fair. Several also indicated concerns in their own jurisdictions, and the Premier of Ontario, as I'm sure you've noted, identified very real gaps. I also thought it was interesting the number of premiers that spoke of the challenge of getting tow trucks to clear, if it was in Coutts, Alberta, or if it was in Windsor. The inability to get heavy lift tow trucks was something that a number of jurisdictions had shared, and that, as you would know, was obviously one of the powers that the Emergencies Act may have provided.
Sir, do you know when the caucus meeting was held on February 14th?
By recollection, I think it was a half an hour or 45-minute call earlier in that morning. As I've thought about this, I didn't keep notes. I listened to that meeting. By memory, it would have been maybe 9 o'clock on the morning of the 14th.
Okay, so it would have been before the First Minister's meeting then?
Again, subject to somebody correcting me, that would be my best recollection, yes.
We know that the Prime Minister did a press conference at 4:30 p.m. on the 14th where he announced that the Emergencies Act was being invoked. Did Cabinet receive any notice that the Prime Minister had made that decision before 4:30 p.m.?
The way the Prime Minister did not convene another Cabinet meeting after the one on the Sunday evening, a number of ministers with operational responsibilities, of course, would have been involved in some of the drafting necessary for the governor in council process, which was engaged after the First Minister's meeting. And after the Prime Minister received the decision memo forwarded to him by the Clerk of the Privy Council, but there was no formal cabinet notification that took place once the Prime Minister had come to his decision after the First Minister's meeting, and the Governor and Council process was engaged, which led to the order in council being issued.
Okay,
Minister.
You're well over your time. I've given you, in fact, an extra 5 minutes. So please, if you could wrap up.
One last question, Commissioner. Minister, how and when did you find out that the Prime Minister had made his decision to invoke the Act?
I was probably consulted during that afternoon, whether it was around the media, the news conference the Prime Minister had at the end of the day, and the Governor and Council process had been engaged. So I was probably notified by somebody in his office that this was a decision as we moved towards the end of the afternoon, and we were getting ready for what would have been the public announcement.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate you answering my questions today.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, if I can call on the Canadian Constitution Foundation, please.
Minister LeBlanc. My name is Sujit Chaudhary. I'm counsel for the Canadian Constitution Foundation. So,
good evening.
Good evening. I'd like to pick up on a theme that was being developed by my friend from the government of Saskatchewan. And so the theme I would submit to you is this, that as you know, the Emergencies Act has a number of requirements that has to be met to declare a public order emergency, correct?
That's right.
And so it's one of the questions that we're trying to get at is whether at the First Minister's meeting, the Prime Minister and other members of the cabinet in attendance effectively communicated to the First Ministers why they felt those requirements had been met. So my friend just asked you questions about the availability of other legal options, the so-called policing plan, correct?
The policing plan, you're referring to the City of Ottawa policing plan?
Well, or what Commissioner Lookey has put into evidence, that there was, in fact, by the 14th, a policing plan available or ready to be triggered. And my friend, I believe, asked you whether that plan was put to the First Ministers and you weren't sure if it had been or not.
I'd want to see the document. One of the major concerns that the government had is the lack of.
Oh, thank you for coming back. I was dying over here.
Plan, particularly in Ottawa, to some extent in Windsor. These things had dragged on now for 2 and 3 weeks.
Can you hear me double listening to this? Can you hear that on your end? That I'm listening to the stream again?
Plan, or more importantly, implementing a plan that would bring these to a conclusion. But the First Minister's meeting didn't discuss operational details of policing plans.
Well, what I'd like to do is pick up on another limb of the legal test for whether a public order emergency can be declared, which is whether there's a threat to national security. And you're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
And so you're aware that under Section 16 of the Emergencies Act, the Governor and Council can only declare a public order emergency if there's a threat to national security.
Yes, and we concluded there was.
You did. And did you provide any type of documentation or explanation to the First Ministers as to the basis for your conclusion that there was a threat to national security?
Again, in terms of documentary evidence, documentary exchanges,
no documentary evidence.
To those.
No documentary evidence. Freudian slip. No documentary evidence.
Information. The commission.
That was a Freudian slip as it comes.
Leaders in other jurisdictions. So there was an ongoing and active exchange of information, as is entirely appropriate, between federal and provincial law enforcement officials. But in terms of whether that particular policing information was shared at the First Minister's table. It was not.
So, Minister, I'd put to you this, that for the consultation requirement to have some substance to it, the federal government is under a duty, I'd ask you, to be as transparent as possible with the First Ministers on that call about why it is taking the exceptional step of triggering the Emergencies Act, correct?
Why we were considering taking the exceptional step. And as I explained to your colleague, the Commission Counsel, those reflections, those considerations were informed by more than 3 weeks of active exchanges between the Government of Canada and provincial and territorial counterparts. So to say that they were not in possession of the intelligence information, the policing information, I don't think is an accurate description. And I know many of...
Except the police never testified that there was a national security threat. Nobody's ever testified that at all.
...ongoing basis, in some cases by RCMP commanders in their particular provinces, because the divisional commanders of the RCMP are, of course, contract police in that jurisdiction, and they were having ongoing and active discussions with public safety ministers in those provinces. And in the case of Premier Kenney, he was clearly being updated in considerable detail by the police commanders in the province of Alberta.
Sure. But Minister LeBlanc, I believe you understand that at this point, according to the evidence that we've heard in the Commission, there were 2 potential sorts of threat assessments at the center presented in the Privy Council office. The first you're probably aware of is Director Vigneault's assessment, correct? And he concluded there was no threat to national security for the purposes of the CSIS Act.
And
You're
that's
aware
a
of
very
that?
significant,
Yeah,
for the
yes.
purposes of the CSIS Act, and I think it's important that there not be confusion around which particular section of what.
The CSIS Act is the only thing that matters in the Emergencies Act, you doofus. Holy hell. It says it in plain English. National security threat has the meaning defined by Section 2 of the CSIS Act. Holy hell! These are the people who make our laws! Holy fuck, they can say whatever they want. It has the only...
With the First Ministers on that call, so that the consultation was more than just providing them with notice.
He's pissed.
Well, I don't share your view that the consultation was providing them with notice. The National Security Advisor wasn't briefing the First Ministers on that call. She would regularly update the Cabinet and the Incident Response Group. We benefited from her analysis and that of Director Vigneault as well. But I'm not quibbling with you. The purpose of that consultation
you are quibbling.
was
Holy
not
hell.
to have a legal discussion with First Ministers on the test that the Governor and Council was going to apply when and if we made the decision. My colleague David Lametti will be here tomorrow. He'll be able, I'm sure, to speak directly to the legal test that the government was using and concluded
There was none.
when the Governor and Council...
Literally all they said was, the definition is more broad than the Act clearly states in plain English. Thank you. Go fuck yourself. That's what the government said. That was a legal measure.
Previous discussions in the preceding weeks as well.
But just to be clear, at the First Ministers' meeting, you don't recall if a detailed threat assessment was provided to the premiers?
Again, first of all, that would not have been a secure forum.
That would not have been a secure forum.
Conference call is not normally where senior intelligence officials would share detailed threat assessments. So
Convenient.
that particular venue would not have been possible or appropriate. But the way that information was shared with provinces and territories is through the ongoing and secure communications between law enforcement officials of the Government of Canada. And those premiers, many of them would talk to us about it, were being updated by their own deputy ministers of public safety or deputy solicitors general in some provinces, or senior police leadership in their province that had the benefit of an open exchange in a secure context with the Canadian intelligence and law enforcement officials that were briefing the Government of Canada.
Minister, I have a couple of minutes left. I want to take you to a different issue, if I may. It's about your conversations with the government of Quebec and the reservations expressed by Premier Legault, and then your subsequent phone call with Mr. LeBlanc. And if I understood you correctly, it was your position that the economic emergency measures that were taken had to apply nationally, correct?
Oui, moi j'ai offert à la ministre Lebel, suite à la discussion avec les premiers ministres,
Of course, he's going to do that.
que les mesures économiques soient efficaces.
Look at this guy. Look at the arrogance of
Il
this
fallait
individual.
avoir une application nationale
Holy
parce
hell.
que si quelqu'un avait une compte de banque, par exemple à la Caisse populaire
What an obstructionist piece
au
of shit.
Québec ou à la Banque nationale, ce ne sera pas à l'abri des mesures économiques nécessaires dans notre jugement
Dude,
pour
if the commissioner had any
amener
sense, he'd be like,
ces actes illégaux à
somebody
une
get him a
conclusion.
translate headset.
But the same rationale does not apply to the non-economic measures, does it?
Well, it does in the sense that they were preventative. We thought it was important. As I said to your colleague earlier, it wasn't clear that this problem was going to go away or that the people occupying the bridge in Windsor, Ontario, weren't going to displace themselves somewhere else. There was an active discussion about risks to other critical infrastructure. So we thought that the national application of those measures, in the case it ultimately was necessary, would have given the local law enforcement authorities the tools, for example, that the City of Ottawa and the Ontario Provincial Police and the RCMP used so effectively to bring the occupation in Ottawa to a conclusion.
Mr. LeBlanc, let me end with this question then, but wouldn't it have been an alternative?
The police who actually the police who participated in those actions testified the Emergencies Act wasn't necessary. They didn't testify. None of them testified it was necessary.
As they wished to. So those provinces who needed and wanted those powers could have gotten them right away, and those that maybe needed them later could have opted in if they needed them.
That wasn't considered as a responsible or realistic option because by enabling all of the local enforcement, law enforcement, and provincial police authorities to have recourse to those powers should they, in their judgment, determine they were necessary, was a more effective and comprehensive way to provide the...
I love how he just gets to pontificate on the stand, right, Ken?
Yeah,
What do you think?
And think we should be having
Canada, are you frozen?
governor and council processes
Holy hell, you're still.
every day
I can't even-
following
I
that
can't read that
decision.
still.
The more effective and responsible way was to enable those authorities in the other jurisdictions to have recourse to that should
Brandon
they, in their
Bucco.
judgment, decide it was necessary.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That was necessary. What a lovely bunch of speeches. The commissioner, if I was the commissioner, I'd be pissed off. I'm like, you're not answering any kind of questions.
Well, this is why he sucks, because he should be telling him, like, fucking answer the question, like, please respond. And it's a bit of a free-for-all here. People can get on the stand and just...
Oh, this guy's
Good
sharp.
afternoon, Minister.
diarrhea.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. I'm Hatem Kir, Counsel for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. So the first document I'd like to take to you to is the one that we've been talking about for a bit now. It's SSM NSC CAN 50625 REL 3001.
That's a hell of a long fucking...
And so while that's being pulled up, this is the document relating to the First Minister's conference call, as it says right there. And if we could please go to page 2. Yes, there were, do you see under Premier Horgan's third point, he said that local law enforcement was able to manage. Do you see that?
Yes.
Oops.
Okay, and if we could please go to page 3. If we can go to Premier Kenny's comments. So at the top of his first point, you see there where he said that 15 days ago they had 1,000 trucks doing a rolling protest, but then 900 went home. It was reduced to 100 hardcore who stayed behind. And then just a little bit beyond that, he says they're down to a group of 40 for the past several days. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then do you also see where between the redactions, Premier Horgan informed the ministers at the meeting that they have procured on market for equipment and have drivers in place. So unless an unexpected surprise should open Coots border crossing today. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
They decided to go home themselves.
Okay, and then lastly, under the, lastly with respect to Premier Kenny, under the redactions, if we can just scroll down a little bit, it seems that Premier Kenny informed the First Minister's meeting that at a previous meeting he had asked the federal government to stop the vaccine mandate for truckers. He said he doesn't understand the public health rationale given the level of transmission. Truckers are isolated in cabs, do rapid tests, and that, quote, he said he, quote, thought it was an unnecessary provocation, end quote. Premier Kenny informed the First Minister's meeting of that?
Yes, as I said, this is, in my view, an accurate summary of that meeting.
Okay, and then just proceeding on to page 5, Premier Stephenson for Manitoba, under her second point, informed the government that the RCMP were confident that they had the tools in place under provincial law needed at the Emerson border crossing, and they were finalizing plans to open the border, correct?
Yep, that's what it says.
Yep, that's what
Okay,
it says.
so all those premiers had informed the federal government that further powers were not needed then in their provinces.
That was their view during that meeting, yes.
Okay, thank you. The next, I'm going to change course a little bit here. If we can please pull up SSM CAN 6094 REL 301. And while that's coming up, we've already heard about how you had a discussion with Premier Ford on February 10th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if we can please just scroll down to the second email in the chain, which I take it was chronologically the first email. This is a readout of that conversation that you had with Premier Ford?
Yes, that's a summary that my Deputy Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Michael Vandergriff, would have circulated to colleagues across the government that you see noted at the top of that email.
Okay, and Mr. Clerk, can we please scroll down to the second page? I want to take you to the final paragraph in the summary. So it says there that the Premier had informed you that on the following Monday, which I take it would be February 14th, he will be announcing plans to relax public health measures. And he said in his view, quote, the public is at a breaking point, end quote. And then he refers to other jurisdictions taking these steps. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I take it that accords with your recollection of the call?
Yes.
This is interesting because we see the internal machinations.
Okay,
that
now he
they're
refers
ready
to
end
other
the
jurisdictions
mandate
taking.
because the public's had enough, not because of anything science related.
Yep, that's all it takes. It's all public policy. It was all political.
Implementing an
political
accelerated removal of COVID restrictions on February 8th?
To be honest, I don't want to mislead you. I would not be able to say which jurisdiction he was referring to. He may have been talking obviously to other provincial premiers, and his officials would have been. They speak actively amongst themselves, as would Dr. Moore, who was his chief public health officer, with their counterparts. So I can't purport to remember the sequence of which jurisdiction was enacting or altering which particular measures.
Okay, so given that they're all talking amongst themselves, he might have actually even been referring to Manitoba, which made a similar announcement the following day, or Saskatchewan, which made an announcement on the same day for Premier Ford had made that plan, right?
Again, I'm taking your word for it. I don't remember the sequence.
I don't
of which
remember it. I don't
province
remember it. Our
changed
politics
what
was
public
great.
health posture within their own jurisdiction, but I take your word for it if you have a sequence of provincial public health measures.
Okay, I want to hone in on one point that Premier Ford raised there. He referred to the public being at its breaking point. Would you agree that the Freedom Convoy protest was one expression of that sentiment?
I would think that certainly in the initial days of the convoy, that attracted a great deal of that sentiment. And our government has acknowledged the difficulty that COVID represented for millions of Canadians. The Prime Minister, ministers have acknowledged that this has been extremely difficult on many Canadians, on sectors of the economy, We all
Your
know
policies.
the list of very difficult circumstances that the pandemic
That you
brought.
caused.
So we
No,
acknowledge
your
that.
government caused them.
And certainly, as the convoy was taking form, and the first day that we saw on Parliament Hill, there were probably a number of lawful protesters that came to express that sentiment. That wasn't the case as the thing dragged on and as it evolved. But in the initial steps, I think that might be a fair characterization that some of the people participating in some of the convoy activities fit in that category. Clearly, some didn't.
Like who?
But you'd agree as a general principle that generally the goal of protesters is to be heard by their government on an issue that concerns them?
Hold on. Let's hear this.
I'm not sure I'd generalize that across protest movements around the world or across the country. I can't speak to why particular protest movements are formed. One protests because one wants to bring public attention to a particular issue or bring a certain public policy or governmental policy
99% about the time about government
to public attention. But I wouldn't purport to speak for why people show up at protests or organize protests.
Well, you'd agree that that ability to protest is one of the reasons it's protected in our charter is because it's important to that democratic process. It's the voice of, it's one of the ways that people can have a voice.
Absolutely lawful and peaceful
Which it
protest
was
is an
lawful and
essential
peaceful
part of any
protest.
democracy.
It
And
was
as you said, it's
essentially all those
protected
things.
No, we're
constitutionally in
not a democracy.
Canada.
That's the key factor.
So you'd agree that the provinces then that were responding to these protests by lifting their restrictions would be an example of protesters being successfully heard, right?
No, I wouldn't speak for why provincial health authorities made those decisions. I have
They
noted
said
on
it
a
right
number of
there.
occasions that Premier Ford, in the case of Ontario, referred to following the medical advice from Dr. Moore, his chief
no,
public
it's the other
health
way around.
officer,
Literally just
and
showed
other scientists.
literally just showed a
So
video.
no, I wouldn't
Other way
purport to
around,
say, and I
dumbass.
certainly don't
Literally
purport to
just showed a
speak for
picture.
premiers or their
You're
health
speak-
ministers or their chief public health officers.
You don't purport to speak for them, but you're speaking for them. Go fuck yourself.
Particular decisions
All
with
of the
respect to
above.
their public health measures, but to say that it is in response to a protest, I think is a pretty simplistic analysis that may not be borne out by
no,
what a
it's
number of them have said publicly.
No, it is what happened.
What they've said publicly, but if we look at Premier Ford's comments in this call, I grant you, he says he has the support of Dr. Moore, but he says that the public is at a breaking point, and so he's going to put in a more aggressive schedule in Ontario. You didn't take him to be referring to taking action in response to the protest?
No, because in that same conversation, he talked about his extreme frustration with the protests and the illegal blockades
Okay.
and the serious multi-billion-dollar damage it was doing to the economy of Ontario. He shared with me the conversations he had with the governor of Michigan. He shared with me the conversations with union leaders, business
nothing to do
leaders
with his
about the
position on COVID.
investment climate that this was sending for Ontario. He spoke to me about the very real risk of violence in Ottawa, the illegal
very real
occupation
risk
of
of
Ottawa.
violence which never materialized,
He was not
and there was no credible
crediting
threat according to any
the
of the
illegal
intelligence and police
occupation or
agencies.
blockades
Let's be clear about,
with
be clear about
his
the fact.
decision to adjust public health measures. And in fact, he referred to his chief public health officer in that context as well.
He wasn't crediting that decision, but it doesn't mean it wasn't motivating it, right?
Premier Ford is quite an articulate political leader. I can't speak for why he made particular decisions within the sovereign jurisdiction of the government of Ontario. But my frequent conversations with him would lead me to believe that the decisions that he made on the appropriate
total
public
lie.
health measures, and
Total
Ontario was
lie.
one of the jurisdictions in the country that had at various times amongst the most severe measures. So his government had taken very difficult and very real steps in the fight against the coronavirus, which we thought were very conducive to trying to protect as many citizens of his province as possible. So his leadership with respect to public health measures, from my conversations with him, was not motivated by the illegal blockade that was causing such harm to the economy of Ontario in Windsor or the completely unacceptable illegal occupation of the city of Ottawa.
It was not illegal. It was not an occupation.
Well, let's
it was
turn
a
our
protest.
attention to a different premier. I'm going to ask that we pull up PB Can 401846. You've already seen this. I believe that
People are complaining you're very
or at least
low
a
on your
different
mic
version
here. Let me see if I
of
can
this,
help that a little bit.
document.
Say something.
And Mr. Clerk,
me
if we
now?
can please go to the last
something?
page.
Can you hear
We're
me
going
now?
to have to zoom
Now?
in on the second screenshot.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're a bit louder now.
All right.
I turned you up to 186%.
Perhaps if we can even just zoom in a little bit more. It's okay if the bottom gets cut off. Okay, so apologies for the quality of the screenshot. This is how we received it, but do you see there at the top it says the date, Friday, February 11th?
I do.
Okay, and then it says there, Dominic. I take it that this was I think actually it was already in response to Commission Council. This is a message that you sent.
Yeah, this is I had sort of copy pasted a text message that I had received. I'm guessing if it was 7:47 in the morning, I might have received it overnight from Premier Kenny, and I was forwarding it, I think, to my colleagues.
Okay, so the message from Premier Kenny that you were forwarding, which has already been referred to, is that he said the trucker vax policy is obviously just dumb political theater. Calling them Nazis hasn't exactly helped, right?
Those were his words and his message to me.
Right. Now,
Yeah, calling them Nazis didn't help.
my
How do you spin
question
that?
for you, Minister, is was this sentiment ever relayed to Cabinet as a whole?
I was updating my cabinet colleagues at the incident response group on various discussions with premiers. I would have forwarded that to, I think, I can't see the top of it, but I remember it was Minister Algabra, I think Omar, and probably Marco Mendicino. But I was updating my cabinet colleagues on those interactions. But so too was Dr. Tam, who was talking to her chief public health officer counterparts. So the sharing of information around the views of provincial governments was much broader than my summarizing for cabinet colleagues various conversations that I may have had with premiers.
Given, and you know, we did see that Premier Kenny raised a similar statement, though perhaps a different language at the First Minister's meeting. Did the government consider lifting restrictions as a way to hear what the protesters were asking for?
No, the decisions that we made on public health measures were informed by public health advice from doctors and from scientists. That was always the focal point of our decision making as a government with respect to these public health measures.
So they understood what the
I put it
protest
to you
was
that
about.
Premier Kenny was right and that the removal of the exemption for truckers that led to this whole protest in the first place was just a political tactic.
Well, it won't surprise you that I don't share that view. And I would also remind you that the United States had a vaccine mandate with respect to truckers.
Yeah, because you
that
did it
the government
together.
of Canada was not able to lift. So there was also a lot of confusion around whether, if ultimately based on medical and scientific advice, we determined that that particular mandate was no longer necessary.
Yeah, but as a government, you would think that you would advocate to your foreign partners on behalf of your fucking citizens, you fucking idiot.
Truckers.
That's your job. You're an elected representative of the people. Your job is to advocate for their interests at home and abroad, such as with the United States. Holy hell.
Again, I don't share that view. I didn't agree with the characterization of Premier Kenny. I shared his message with colleagues of mine.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you. And I believe there's some time left over so I can pay back yesterday's indulgence with interest.
Okay, thank you. So next is the CCLA, please. Not sure what's going on.
Those words we've heard so many times, Commissioner, you must be on mute.
Yeah, no, not on mute. I think she was here this morning. We heard her earlier. Maybe she didn't realize she had time.
Who?
Or you were so clear that she has no questions. Okay, well, we'll move to the City of Windsor instead. And maybe Commission Council can. Thank you.
Good evening, Minister LeBlanc. My name is Graham Reeder. I'm counsel for the City of Ottawa.
Good evening.
I want to start off by clearing up some comments you made to my friend for the Canadian Constitutional Foundation about the police operations in Windsor. It was not the case that there was no plan in Windsor, nor did it take weeks to resolve. The evidence before the Commission is that the blockade in Windsor began on February 7th. A preliminary plan was in place. Windsor Police quickly requested public order resources from the OPP and other policing partners.
Yeah, you're lying.
These resources
Windsor was
quickly
resolved
arrived,
well
and
before
the plan
the
was further developed. One integrated command was set up on the 10th. The plan was actioned on the 12th and 13th, at which point the blockade in Windsor was cleared less than a week after it was established. Just so you misspoke when you suggested the blockade in Windsor had been going on for weeks and there was no plan. Just wanted to clear that up. Thanks. No, there was not.
It's an odd way to carry out a cross-examination.
I'm happy to ask if that accords with your understanding, Mr. Blanc.
My understanding is that the economic and social disruption in Windsor was enormous, and it had gone on for many days.
It was resolved without the use of the Emergencies Act. It was resolved without the use of the Emergencies Act. He's allowed to just sit there and pontificate. It was resolved without the Emergencies Act. That's a matter of fact. We're just going to mute his answer. We'll listen to the questions. We're not going to listen to him. Done with him. Done with his pontification and his lies.
Oh,
and
it's
that
still
of his
going?
entire government. Yeah, of course he is. We're not listening to him anymore.
Holy fuck. Put a pin in it, man.
We're not listening to this guy. He's still going. Look at the lawyer's face. Look at the lawyer's face. He's just
It's better on mute, you know.
Okay.
Ask Mr. Clerk to bring up SSM CAN 0003117. This is a letter from the Prime Minister to Premiers sent after the First Minister's meeting on February the 14th. And if we can go to page 3 under point 6, the letter reads, Our government recognizes the importance of coordinating with provinces, territories, and municipalities to ensure the safety and security of Canadians. Do you agree with the Prime Minister here?
Yes, and he was very clear in the...
Okay, we're done with that again. Keep going, Libre.
Man, it's just gonna it's giving them the chance.
Minister Blair and Minister Mendicino both told this commission that there's a responsibility for all three orders of government to communicate and cooperate when responding to an event like the protests earlier this year. Do you agree with them?
Yes.
And we heard from Minister Mendicino today that timely two-way communication between his ministry and the City of Windsor was important in his work at the federal level to respond to the blockade of the Ambassador Bridge. I'll ask Mr. Clerk to bring up SSM CAN 00002253. Although I understand you did not communicate directly with Windsor, were you aware that your senior advisor?
I'm following the OCDSB updates.
Communicated with Windsor's
about the mask vote in Ottawa.
Chief of Staff, Mr. Telzewski, during
the Ottawa School
blockade
Board.
of the bridge.
Yeah.
Yes, I know that people who work in my office were speaking with officials at the City of Windsor and in the government of Ontario. And I know that my colleague, and he, I'm sure, spoke about it today, but Marco Mendicino.
You need to turn your mic up a little bit.
Mayor of the City of Windsor.
Go to your recording settings or something and turn your mic up again somehow.
Kaplan Jameson spoke with Mr. Telzewski the morning of February 8th, the morning after the blockade started in Windsor. She relied on and Ms. Kaplan-Jamieson relied on that information she received from Mr. Teleszewski in this briefing note to you on that same day. She talks about Mr. Teleszewski. If we can slowly scroll through to give the minister a chance to see the briefing note. She talks about Mr. Teleszewski's download and highlights information that she characterizes the makeup of the convoy in Windsor, the situation on the ground, the city's key concerns, what next steps the city had already taken, and what the city's next steps were. Are you aware that Mr. Teleszewski continued to share information with Ms. Kaplan-Jamieson throughout the blockade?
I can't speak to the number of specific times or the dates when they would have spoken, but I know that she had told me that she had an ongoing discussion.
Good news is that the people really showed, the parents really showed up in Ottawa at that mask vote for the Ottawa Carleton District School Board, which is Ottawa's main public school board, and they really showed up. And I'm seeing from a lot of the raging politicians that they can't handle the meeting, they're saying. So it must be going pretty good. I mean,
Nice.
I know that there's some fiery testimony from some concerned parents and community experts against the mask mandate.
Report to the Houses of Parliament regarding the Emergencies Act consultations.
The report that was tabled per the legislation, yes.
That's right. So let's pull it up. PB CAN 00001159. So the report includes details on the federal government's engagement with the provinces, territories, and municipalities and law enforcement. On the first page under engagement, is it right that it includes details of the federal engagement with the city of Ottawa?
Yes, I had read that as part of what was tabled in Parliament.
It also describes regular engagement with municipal and provincial officials concerning the Ambassador Bridge, including, just to list them out for you, communication between Prime Minister and the Mayor of Windsor, between the Minister of Transport and the Mayor of Windsor, the Office of the President of the Queen's Privy Council and the City of Windsor, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness in the City of Windsor, the Office of the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities, and I believe that's your office, and the City of Windsor. Is that an accurate summary of?
Yes, I believe that to be accurate of the various communications that were taking place.
Now, would you agree that this regular communication with municipal officials was vital to the work of the federal government in responding to the blockades?
It was, and my colleagues with operational responsibilities, my own role in the intergovernmental space is not obviously operational the way would be the public safety minister or the transport minister, but provincial and municipal partners were obviously critical in managing this circumstance. We're always conscious that municipalities operate constitutionally as creatures of provincial legislation. It's not a constitutional order of government, but they have such an important responsibility in managing these public order emergencies that necessarily their officials, their law enforcement officials and so on, have open and active conversations, I think, with provincial and certainly federal officials. And that's in everybody's interest in trying to bring the maximum amount of pressure to bear on ending these illegal circumstances in the most efficient and safest way possible.
And this engagement with municipal governments was important enough to the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act that the government included it in the consultation report. Is that right?
Yes, because it was part of our government's conclusion that existing provincial and municipal authorities and resources were not going to be adequate to bring these illegal events to a conclusion. And that's why the Emergencies Act, which is necessarily the last resort in this decision-making process, in our view, became necessary. So to inform ourselves, we had active and ongoing conversations as a national government with these municipal and provincial authorities, because everybody was trying to use every existing tool, authority,
did you try
resource
talking to anybody?
to bring these to a safe and appropriate conclusion. So for us to conclude that it wasn't likely going to work and that it was necessary ultimately for the governor and council to proceed to invocation, this had to be one of the very critical inputs to that process.
Would you agree with me that it's apparent from the protests and the collaborative relationship and two-way communication between the federal government and impacted municipalities that that communication is critical in responding to a multi-jurisdictional
Thank you
event
for the
like ones
coffee,
we
whoever sent that
experienced
earlier.
this year?
Yes.
And would you agree that the federal government cannot always rely on their provincial partners to facilitate that communication?
Again, I want to be careful. As the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister, I'm conscious of the constitutional orders of government. You're a lawyer, you'll understand that as well. Some provinces are very jealous of the Government of Canada having, in some contexts, direct relationships with their municipalities. That's not the case
You know what?
in every
The federal
jurisdiction.
government really screwed the
And
pooch
happily,
because
that was not the case
the
with respect to this
protesters- the protest
joint
was
effort,
about
this
federal
collective
government
effort, not
policy,
joint effort,
and they refused to
from the
engage
different orders
with
of
the
government, as you
protesters.
noted,
This
to
was
try
on
and
them.
manage.
This is like trying to point it at other bodies to resolve it.
Yeah. Unreal. It's unreal politicking, and it just has. I'm so glad that there's only 3 more days of this, but at the same time, 3 more days of this.
It is related to federal critical infrastructure and the borders within a municipality.
Yes, and that was one of the challenges with respect to those international border crossings, which clearly are critical economic infrastructure for the country. The fact that this international border crossing could so effectively be blockaded, largely in the municipal streets of the city of Windsor. One of the challenges was the bridge itself may have a different jurisdictional scope, but access to an international border crossing, in this case, is properly in the municipal streets of the city you represent. So that is exactly why it was important for us to have the appropriate situational awareness as we contemplated what would be the appropriate tools that might assist municipal and provincial authorities in bringing this to a conclusion.
I understand I'm at the end of my time. If I could just ask one final question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
What are you doing to ensure this cooperation and communication happens, particularly where, if, for example, a provincial partner isn't engaging in the way you would like?
If the government of Ottawa, Alberta, or British Columbia doesn't slap down hard enough, fast enough, what can you do, especially Saskatchewan too, actually?
Discussions with provinces and municipalities in terms of infrastructure programs. So across the government of Canada, there are active discussions with municipalities in many different areas of public policy. But, and in something as important as the effective enforcement of measures necessary to bring illegal, very dangerous and damaging illegal activities to an end, we'll continue to work with all the partners necessary to do this. And as I said, from our perspective, the provincial governments understood that the 3 orders of government had to be involved for this to be effective. And in the vast majority of cases, that was the cooperation that was successfully being used.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Minister LeBlanc. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, next to the City of Ottawa, please.
Good evening, Minister LeBlanc. My name is Alyssa Tompkins. I'm one of the council representing the City of Ottawa. I just have a couple questions for you this evening. So I'm going to follow up on a document that Commission Council took you, the email from Ralph Goodell. So if we could bring that up, it's ssm.can.000006594.
Hard to get to. This is just unbearable even.
Good. And if we can just scroll down. So it's really the last sentence of the first paragraph, but we'll start one sentence prior. Granted, the volume of the protests in Ottawa was greater and came without as much warning. but the City of Ottawa and the OPS have proven themselves incapable of grappling with this problem. And I get that's not your statement, it's his, so I'm going to park it. But it's the last sentence. And it is now the duty of the responsible senior authority, i.e. the Public Safety Minister of Ontario, under provincial policing legislation, to rectify that problem, including taking control if and as necessary. So the follow-up question I had was, and my understanding is the Public Safety Minister of Ontario is in fact the Solicitor General of Ontario. Is that your understanding as well?
Again, I can't speak for Mr. Goodale, but that was how I would have interpreted that as well. He was our federal public safety minister, and his counterpart would have properly been the Solicitor General of Ontario. So I assumed, like you, that that's what he was referring to.
Now, all I want to know is, are you aware if anyone from the federal government followed up with Ontario to see if, in fact, they were going to discharge the duty that Mr. Goodale is talking about here?
So I can't speak. I'm not an expert on the statutory application of provincial legislation in Ontario and what those authorities might be under the Ontario Police Services Act. So I have no ability. I received this email from the now High Commissioner of Canada to the United Kingdom, but a former public safety minister, as I said to your colleague, the Commission Counsel. It was not as a result of Mr. Goodale's email to me, but I think it's accurate to say that there was an ongoing and active discussion between many senior officials of our government, many of my cabinet colleagues, the transport minister, the public safety minister, whom you heard from today, with their Ontario counterparts to explore every necessary and possible option to bring these illegal occupations and blockades to a safe and successful conclusion. But what are the precise mechanics in the policing context? I can't speak to that. Perhaps Mr. Mendicino did earlier today, or maybe David Lametti can tomorrow.
No, and I wasn't intending to ask you about that. I was just asking if you were aware of any interactions by your colleagues or by yourself with Ontario along this line.
So yes, I know there was, as I say, a very active and ongoing discussion at many levels of our government. One conversation that we discussed earlier with your colleagues that I had with Premier Ford on the night of February 10th, he spoke to me about his concern around some of the challenges in municipal policing in the city of Ottawa. He spoke to me about the role that he thought the OPP was increasingly going to be playing in support of the necessary public safety measures to clear the city of Ottawa. And obviously, on that evening, the circumstance in Windsor had not been resolved. So Premier Ford spoke to me about...
Yes, it has been resolved.
His strong belief that the Ontario Provincial Police could and would be a very important source of support. But in terms of what's the right command structure, I can't speak to that. But I do know that there was a very real desire from the Premier, and that view was shared by some of my cabinet colleagues in the updates they would give to the incident response group meetings. Because, as I say, these discussions, if it was Commissioner Lucky, if it was a national security advisor, intelligence advisor to the Prime Minister, there were many and multiple discussions, particularly with the province of Ontario, but not exclusively, around all of these measures, including the appropriate sharing of police resources to try and bring these to a conclusion.
Okay, that's helpful, and that's all I have. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Good evening, Minister. Rebecca Jones for former Chief Slowly. If we can actually pull up the same document, SSM CAN 6594. And Minister, you testified, this is the document that was just up, so as pulling it up, you testified that you appreciated Mr. Goodale's, based on his experience, his insights into the roles of the different orders of government, right? When you got this email?
Yes, and him having held the public safety portfolio in our government, I thought might have given him an insight that other colleagues would not have had.
Fair enough. And I just want to ask you about a few other comments in this email that I think you'll agree with me are insights he shared that you did not agree with. So if we can start in the very first paragraph, there's a reference to a tweet by Mayor
we've been going so long.
Tory, and then there's a reference to it being, the situation being a municipal policing problem. And I take it that as a minister in a government that has repeatedly referred to this as a national security crisis, you did not agree that this was a municipal policing problem in Ottawa.
He was talking about Toronto and other cities, and I'm thinking off the top of my head of Quebec City. I'm thinking of Fredericton, New Brunswick, or perhaps Toronto, where, and again, I'm going not by some operational experience I have or briefings on how this worked, but if I go on the coverage of the events at the New Brunswick legislature, the Fredericton police appeared to have handled that successfully. Certainly the Quebec City Police with the Sûreté de Québec were seen to have handled it very effectively. And I also remember the city of Toronto, the very real concerns around some potential blockages at the legislature at Queen's Park in Toronto. But as we know, that University Avenue is a critical access to many of the country's best hospitals. So those kind of conversations or potential protests attracted certainly our attention as a national government. And again, without having been briefed on the operational command of which police force did what, to the observer, and Mr. Goodale was observing this from London in the United Kingdom, I would agree with his assessment that in Toronto, it looked like the Toronto police had effectively handled that situation. But what was the role of other police forces? I can't speak to that.
Right. You can't speak to whether you can compare the experience in Toronto to the experience in Ottawa, for example.
Well, clearly you can't, because the experience in Toronto was effectively resolved and didn't lead to a 3-week illegal occupation. So yeah, I would agree with you.
Right. Well, I mean, there are other differences, right, that we see even in Mr. Goodale's email. He refers to the volume of the protest in Ottawa and the amount of notice. Correct?
Yes, I would agree the volume, but it wasn't a surprise that that convoy arrived in the city of Ottawa. There was considerable notice. In fact, people were filming across the country the trucks rolling towards the city.
So, Minister, I'm going to return to my question. Is it your evidence that what happened in the city of Ottawa was a municipal policing problem? That it was not a national problem?
Not at all. That's not my evidence. That's what Mr. Goodale's email would purport to identify.
Right. So let me just go back to my question. My question was, I wanted to know what part of his email you disagreed with. So you disagree that what was happening in Ottawa was a municipal.
It's certainly and occupied illegally for 3 weeks. There was an element in the city of Ottawa, of course, around Parliament Hill and the role of the Parliamentary Protective Service. As I said to your colleague, I have sat for a number of years on the Board of Internal Economy of the House of Commons. The statute requires 2 ministers to be members. I sit there where we talk about parliamentary security. But I wouldn't purport to say that the public order emergency in the city of Ottawa was a municipal problem. If you're asking me to agree with that, I think it was a national problem. And all 3 orders of government had to play an effective role in bringing it to a conclusion.
Right. Thank you. And one more point that I hope we can agree on this one as well, which is that to the extent that Mr. Goodell said that the city of Ottawa and the OPS had proven themselves incapable of grappling with the problem, you didn't agree, I take it, with any suggestion that the city of Ottawa and the OPS had, through any fault of their own, proven themselves incapable, but only that the situation was not at that time being resolved. Is that fair?
I don't have any experience in police operations. So what is the appropriate police response in a particular public order emergency is not something that I feel comfortable saying.
Okay.
If you're asking if the Ottawa Police Service was overwhelmed and was unable in the front end of this occupation to take...
So things are getting really intense at the OCDSB meeting right now. People have been ejected, I'm hearing. The largest group that showed up is the people who are against a reimposition of a mask mandate, and they are quite unhappy with some of the politicking going on there. The session has been suspended. People are being ejected. I think police are being called. It's wild over there, so I'll keep you updated on that as I can learn more from Twitter scrolling, apparently.
Of the public order emergency became much greater than in those initial days that people may have estimated, perhaps with the advantage of hindsight, incorrectly.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Government of Alberta, please.
Good evening, Minister. My name is Stephanie Bose. I am counsel for the province of Alberta. I just have one area that I'd like to ask you questions on, and that is on your communication with the Premier of Alberta back in February of 2022. And I'll start by asking the clerk to please pull up a...
The vote is by Ottawa's largest school board, the Ottawa Carleton District School Board, OCDSB. In Ottawa, it's happening right now. There's some pretty extreme elements of their board of directors there. So I'm following this story. It's getting pretty heated.
Now, you were asked by Commission Counsel and by other counsel about a text message that you shared that you were sent by Premier Kennedy. That wasn't the only text message or communication that you had with Premier Kennedy. Is that correct?
That's the one that I remembered and I discussed in my interview with the Commission Counsel, because he was referring to the potential use of military heavy lift tow trucks. It's possible that Premier Kenney, as we saw earlier in a text message that I had shared with my cabinet colleagues, he had expressed some frustration in terms of the response of some of the RCMP officers with respect to the situation in Coutts.
And just in your witness summary, you indicate that you recalled telling Premier Kenney that there was a formal process for RFAs that you were not involved in, but that you would speak to Minister Blair or Minister Anand. Do you recall that conversation with Premier Kenney?
Yes, it would have been an exchange of text messages, and yes, I do recall that. Mr. Kenney, of course, was himself a Minister of National Defense, so he would have had, more than other premiers perhaps, an insight into that whole request for assistance process.
And at that time, were you aware that province of Alberta had in fact submitted an RFA on February 5th?
I was not, until Premier Kenney indicated to me that they had submitted it. No, I was not. That was being dealt with by my colleagues, Bill Blair, and obviously the Minister of National Defense herself was involved, but I was not. I would not normally be involved unless I was briefed in a meeting, an incident response group meeting, in terms of that RFA process.
Okay, and so it's fair to say that in your ministerial role, you don't typically handle RFAs, correct?
That's correct. As I say, I would have been in meetings where my colleagues would have said, we've received or we're expecting to receive. These things are rarely surprises. They're worked on between officials. When the formal request for assistance arrives, there has, in the vast majority of cases, and most of these things you'll appreciate, there has been a massive increase in those requests for assistance in the COVID context.
Yes, we heard evidence about that.
Yeah, so the process is well worn and well known to provincial emergency measures organizations. There's nothing mysterious about this to provincial authorities.
Right. And in indicating that you would speak to either Minister Blair or Minister Anand, do you recall if you did speak to either of those two ministers?
Yeah, I would have, as you saw, I had forwarded a text message to the transport minister and the public safety minister, but I would have said to certainly to Bill Blair when he was at the incident response group meetings I was at, that Premier Kenny had reached out to me with respect to the potential use of military heavy lift tow trucks.
All right. And that limited your involvement there to the RFA, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then just one other question. At no point in time prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act did you discuss with the Premier or any other official from Alberta the potential use of the Emergencies Act. Is that correct?
I have no recollection whatsoever of having raised that with any of them before we had that first minister's call that we discussed earlier this evening.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Those are my only questions this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any news from the CCLA or?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, they've confirmed that they either did not request time, or if they did, they're not proceeding with it. If there is a party that requested time and has not been called, now would be the time to do it in case there was an issue with the sheet.
It's dangerous to say that there's 10 minutes sitting out there.
I'm not necessarily endorsing that. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
To be fair, that is true. If there is a bureaucratic error on our part, which wouldn't be the first, speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, that's great. So, call on the Government of Canada, please.
Good evening. Robert McKinnon for the Government of Canada. I just want to take you to a couple of documents that my friends have taken you to already. So the first one would be the readout with Premier Ford, and that's ssm.can.94. I think it's 7 zeros. And in this particular, well, we can go to the second page for this, but in this call with Premier Ford on February 10th, late in the evening, the email sent at 10:52, so I assume that the call was shortly before that. Is that to your best?
Yes, and that would have been 10:52 in PM in Ottawa, which was almost midnight in New Brunswick, where I was when that call had taken place.
Okay.
And I would have, my practice was to, after a call, certainly of that significance, to immediately provide my Deputy Minister at Privy Council for Intergovernmental Affairs, Mr. Vandergrift, with a summary of the call, and he would circulate that to his counterparts as appropriate in the Government of Canada.
Right. And in this call, he's letting you know about Ontario about to issue an order under the Emergency Act?
Yes, the Premier had told me that they were finalizing those measures, and he was announcing them the next day.
And you had mentioned that you had had discussions with Ontario concerning options to deal with the situation. Is that correct?
Yes, the initial part of the conversation and the purported reason why I texted Premier Ford to ask if I could speak with him when I got home in New Brunswick was to explore what we thought were, particularly in the transportation sector, but not exclusively, options that perhaps non-emergency act options, obviously, that might be brought to bear in the context of Windsor and in Ottawa. So this was part of an ongoing effort at every level of our government, and not only with Ontario, but the example you're using was with Ontario, to ensure that we have used every available and possible authority, municipal, federal, provincial, that may assist in resolving these various illegal activities.
And that was late at the end of the day on February 10th even. You were looking at these options apart from the Emergencies Act and talking to provinces. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. And as I say, I know there had been that day a discussion around some what we thought were provincial transportation department authorities that may be helpful in the trucking context. And that was the original reason why I reached out to Premier Ford. And as I say, the conversation was quickly overwhelmed by his explaining to me the decisions that his government was in the process of implementing, which led to their invocation of their own measures the next morning.
In fact, if you look at the second last paragraph, second sentence, it says, Minister LeBlanc said that the RCMP is ready to provide whatever resources are needed as long as there's a good plan in place.
That is absolutely accurate. One of the things that struck me at the various incident response group meetings and in briefings from particularly Commissioner Lucky, but not exclusively the commissioner, because other federal law enforcement officials were providing updates, the head of the Canadian Border Services Agency, the director of CSIS, and others. But police authorities, particularly in our case, the RCMP, the commissioner of the RCMP, were very concerned about their counterparts in municipal or provincial police organizations having the appropriate operational plan in place that would enable the RCMP to then effect additional resources in a safe and effective way. So that was a subject that Commissioner Lucky brought up often with the incident response group and in various other briefings that I was a party to before the incident response group was stood up by the Prime Minister.
And there's no mention in this email of any reference to the Emergencies Act, the Federal Emergencies Act, only the Ontario one. Is that correct?
That's right. And I did not discuss with the Premier at all the potential invocation federally. We were still canvassing, and you would have seen that in some of the incident response group minutes. The first track one, was still very much on that evening the focus of our efforts, because we recognized that the Emergencies Act, ultimately, if that was the decision, was a decision of last resort. So we were very much actively in pursuit of existing provincial and municipal authorities and federal support that would help them execute those authorities in the most safe and effective way.
When did you, I'm talking about Cabinet, first consider the use of Emergencies Act?
The first time I remember a discussion about the potential invocation or the necessary analysis that might lead the government to conclude that that was the necessary step of last resort was at a meeting earlier in the evening on the 10th of February in Ottawa, an incident response group meeting. And as I say, the briefing by officials was framed in the context of track one, which we had been pursuing since the very beginning of this public order emergency. And track two then became an option or a source of discussion for the government as an option if track one, which was the existing authorities, municipal, federal, and provincial, continued to prove ineffective in resolving these illegal blockades and occupations.
So it was earlier that day then, you said February 10th, that Cabinet first considered. There was an IRG meeting that day. Are you referring to that IRG meeting?
Yes, and I want to be careful. Considered, I'm not sure that would be the way that's the first time Cabinet was briefed by senior officials that they were beginning to look at, and subsequently over the meetings the next day and on the weekend, that became part of the conversation. But the first time it was raised as an option before the government. The invocation was as the second and last resort track, if you will, was on that evening of the 10th of February at the incident response group meeting. You're correct.
Right. We know that there's a chart at the back of the February 12th minutes listing track 1 and track 2 options. Do you recall that?
Yes, and I would have recalled that conversation at that meeting as well. I think that was the Saturday. I was physically in Ottawa.
I'm literally
during those days, and I remember
I might
that
smoke
Saturday.
my tea.
So
Yeah,
would you
at this point,
use the
it's
word consider
insufferable.
in that context on the 12th for that meeting?
It's unsufferable. This is so unsufferable. I'm sorry. I'm trying to provide commentary here, but there's nothing to say.
Yes, the
He's
cabinet was
propagandizing
being briefed
everything.
by officials, and I assume the Minister of Justice. I'm going by memory. I don't have the minutes in front of me, but cabinet colleagues and senior officials were explaining to the government, to the incident response group meeting in that case, what might be the steps necessary and the potential authorities that could be contained should the government decide to proceed to an invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Okay, thank you. Another document my friends took you to, and you made reference to, so I just want to make sure I'm highlighting an area that you referenced in your answer. It's ssm.nsc.can. A number of zeros 625. It's the First Minister's conference call. And the first page, you made reference in answer to my friend who didn't have this up at the time.
Folks.
You mentioned the first part that certain measures were listed, and he was asking you about certain measures, and you said you thought you recalled it in the first part, and stop there. If you look at Minister Lametti, and you mentioned 6 measures. If you look on the 4th line, it says he highlighted 6 areas where measures can be taken. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are those the measures that you are referring to when you answered a question earlier?
Yes, I was.
All right. And in there, it has 6. I won't read them all out, but it does have a measure that authorizing or directing financial institutions to render essential services to relieve the impact of blockades. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
My friend asked you for more specificity, but the measure is referred to in there. Is that correct?
The measure is referred to, and again, going by memory, my colleague David Lametti would have explained
it's
that
Android
one of
stock
the
stuff.
concerns we have
It's my alarm sound.
is the
That's
financial
my,
support, which was very
yes, of
considerable
course I'm in
to
Ottawa.
these illegal blockades.
Born and raised, been in Ottawa my whole life, my
occupations,
friend.
And these economic
Never been anywhere
measures,
but Ottawa. I'm
were
sorry to
only
tell you,
available
I'm
should
an
the government
Ottawan.
decide to invoke the Emergencies Act, and that was when I think it was your colleague
Woke me
representing
up,
one
fuck.
of the provincial
Yeah, I know,
governments.
right?
That
That's a
was
terrible
exactly-
sound I get.
I'm going by memory. It's getting late, but it's not as late for some of you who've been here all day. That was
sure.
exactly what I was referring to. It is accurate to say that Mr. Lametti told First Ministers that there were these economic measures that financial institutions could take to effectively cut off funding of these illegal activities.
All right. On the second page, my friend referred to some premiers referencing the risk of further inflaming the situation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And if you look at the response of, so Premier Horgan, the PM's response, that Premier endorsed the invocation, and then but recognized afterwards, the PM says we would be as proportional and measured as
Sean.
possible, recognize the risk.
Well, Sean, the situation is that it just was something I was able to show up for. What are we, like 10 hours into this day? It's unreal. They go on and on and on and on and on, and they just like can't give yes or no answers. Nobody anywhere can.
The situation, there was a reference to a CSIS document the day earlier by one of my friends
inflaming the situation, although in that sense, CSIS was referring to the radicalization element. Did you have a comment on recognizing the risk and taking account of any concerns that the premiers had in that area?
So the Prime Minister, in the course of that conversation with First Ministers, acknowledged that the Government of Canada recognized this risk. But that was also part of the discussions we had at the Incident Response Group meetings, when we would have received updates from the various federal intelligence and law enforcement officials that were updating those groups of the group of ministers constituted at these various moments. So it is accurate, I think, Mr. McKinnon, to say that the Government of Canada and certainly the Cabinet considered carefully the risk of further inflaming or the incendiary effect of a potential decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. That was part of the deliberative process that the government considered when we came to the decision that the circumstances were such that it warranted this measure of last.
You can't believe what, Sean? Sean, if you're going to say anything that you know, I think I might know where you could be going with some of that. Just dot your I's and cross your T's, if you are who I think you might be. Not to say anything about you, but you know what, Sean? After this is all said and done, I'd love to have you on the program maybe at some point. Just maybe not immediately right now.
Premiers,
Sorry,
and
folks.
territorial leaders.
Am I tired,
who have
Teresa? Are
endorsed
you kidding?
The invitation
Yes,
in this meeting, it appears by my count. One of them being Premier Ford. And in this statement from Premier Ford, he says, I'm looking, so it's where
It's back
it's
now,
in
folks.
a bullet point, third from the last. Province does not have tow trucks. Have to negotiate with tow truck drivers. That will change in the future. We'll ensure that OPP have tow trucks. Embarrassing that we can't get the use of tow trucks. You see that?
I do.
And was that communicated by Premier Ford at this meeting?
It very much was. That view was shared, as we've heard previously, by Premier Kenney. Premier Ford had talked to me about that. I think we were all surprised at the extent to which commercial tow truck drivers were reluctant, were intimidated. What the circumstance was, I don't know. I can't speak to that. But with the lawful authorities, in this case in Ontario, were not able to procure a sufficient access to these heavy lift tow trucks to remove some of these large trucks that would have been blocking either the city streets of Ottawa or the bridge in Windsor, or in the case of Alberta, the Coutts-Alberta border crossing. And one of the reasons why ultimately the Governor and Council, the Cabinet, concluded that the Emergencies Act was a necessary and proportionate use of last resort was because it enabled in the Emergencies Act authorities to give local
Fed cake.
enforcement authorities the ability to compel
government cheese, not for me.
tow truck operators or tow trucks.
Nobody's
I may
here
not be using the
anymore.
Precise words.
We're
but
losing
this
we're
was
losing
seen
traction
as
here.
part of the solution.
No good.
To bring these blockades to a conclusion. It was not tenable to say we can't enforce municipal bylaws, criminal code bylaws, because we can't find somebody to tow a
This is
truck
unreal, man.
away from a critical
Just
piece
stop
of
talking.
infrastructure as
Holy
important as the
hell.
Ambassador Bridge. That seemed untenable, but Premier Ford correctly identified that as a real operational problem, which we viewed the Emergencies Act as being ultimately able to provide some relief.
Right. And that was on February 14th.
Bro,
This, absolutely,
please
this
save
discussion
me from
was,
dying of
at the,
exhaustion if you want. You can go
at
there.
the First Minister's call on 14th.
I'm going to stop with that.
My friends also took you to your witness statement.
Welcome back, Kirk.
WTS number of 073.
So, let me check in on. So, people are curious about the school board meeting in Ottawa, the Ottawa Carleton District School Board. Let me check in on the Twitter, see if there's anything on there. Goodness.
I just want to ask you a question about revocation. So, in your last paragraph, you described the revocation aspect, and in the last sentence, it says, he noted that the Prime Minister was insistent both at cabinet meetings and in public that the measures would be very time limited and would be revoked as soon as the situation permitted. Is that still a fair statement?
It is. The Prime Minister, when we began to consider the potential invocation of the Emergencies Act at the Incident Response Group meetings, was very insistent that it be time limited and that it not be used longer than was minimally necessary.
All right. And I just have a couple more points to respond to questions my friends have asked. The Council for the Democracy Fund mentioned on
It doesn't seem like
February
there's any,
8th that Premier Kenny had
It's looking like the meeting will
announced
resume
accelerated
soon. Some are saying may resume
stages
soon.
to remove all COVID-19
Most people are maskless.
Do you recall being
The vast
that being
majority,
referenced
the vast majority of the
February 8th
people that I can
meeting?
see on
Okay.
Twitter pictures at the meeting of the trustees at the Ottawa Carleton District School Board are maskless, but most of the people, but a lot of the trustees seem to be wearing masks. So let's see.
Was there a dispersal as a result?
The OCDSB, the meeting was disrupted. Apparently, there was a ruckus between different groups of people from the audience, cheering and booing and such, and they adjourned the meeting, trying to eject certain people from it. But I don't know if that looks like it may have calmed down. That was some minutes ago now. I think that was about 20 minutes ago or so now. So.
I remember on the route, on the access to the particular Coots border crossing, that we're increasingly becoming the source, a magnet for other activities. So to pretend that the vaccine passports to go to a restaurant in Alberta resolve the Coots border crossing would not be an accurate view, in my opinion, of the chronology of those events.
Okay, there was another point that was raised about the Windsor blockade and the fact that it had been cleared. Are you aware, if I could just pull up this document, it's WIN 50932. Are you aware of the injunction at Windsor?
I was aware at our incident response group meetings, officials were briefing us, and that was very much in the public domain and in public media, about the injunctive relief that was being sought by authorities in Windsor.
Could you go to page 8, paragraph 47? That's it. That's right. About the notion that all was fine at Windsor, if you
Okay, apparently they're back in
just look
session
at the
now.
top paragraph there, it mentions that a court decision says that there is a risk that there could continue to be, based on uncontroverted evidence, a return of protesters, so it was necessary to continue. So
We're gonna
was the
split.
Emergencies Act, to your knowledge, a deterrent that was
We're going to split the
useful
coverage
for
at this point,
this
folks.
state?
We're going to do something interesting. 1 second for me, please.
In my view, yes, and I think I tried to express to one of your colleagues that if a particular, in the case of the Windsor blockade, it was, as I've said before, extremely damaging economically. It was high risk of public safety concerns. All of that, in our view, was
We're going to be covering this in real time, folks. Just give me a second here, folks. Give me a quick second. Give me a quick second here. I'm refuelating the situation here. Just one moment, please. One moment. Can you see that, folks? Can we all see everything here?
Or where they may show up next.
Oh.
So,
Okay, well,
in order to keep that particular
that
border
plan doesn't
crossing
work
open,
anymore.
there was a level of very significant and sustained
Whatever. We'll
police
put it as a
presence
tiny
required.
window up there.
The injunctive relief, as you noted,
So
continued.
we can
There
follow
was an
the
issue of
OCDSP
potentially,
together in real time, folks.
Spreading too thin police resources.
So we've got the Twitter stream
so
up here,
in our
folks.
view,
We can read it
the Emergencies
together.
Act had a dissuasive and deterrent effect that may make it possible for other particular pieces of critical infrastructure.
And I'm
or
here
other
on the
municipal
bottom
streets
side.
not to be
Hello.
affected
Welcome to the
in this
bottom.
way
I will scrounge
once,
Twitter with you.
People understood
Let's see
the
what is
financial
happening.
measures, and the local
Let's just turn this down a
law
little bit,
enforcement
because this is-
authorities had
that's
these additional
mind-numbing.
tools to designate certain
That's
areas.
mind-numbing.
And your colleagues
Oh.
have spoken about this earlier as a way to manage potential pop-up or sympathy protests. So
Looks like
simply
it looks
because
like the vast
bridge
majority
had
of
been reopened.
It looks like the vast majority of people who showed up in person were against the mandates, and that's really upsetting the pro-mandators. They're really upset. They're saying that I heard one comment, someone saying that it wasn't equitable that there were so many people against the mandates there in person, and that it wasn't equitable to people who were online. Get your ass down there if you want to be represented in person. Holy fuck. You know, that's
Maybe
the
my answer needs to be
that's the I get to control everything about you mindset that a lot of these people have, which is why we are where we are, correct? That's the I get to control everything.
23rd.
Let me just
there's a
make sure that this
reference to
transition's smooth.
Use of pamphlets in Manitoba at the Winnipeg legislature that contained measures that were handed out to protesters in order to help deter them from coming. Are you aware of that from the IRG from February 23rd?
Of course.
Yes, we took note of the certain irony that the province of Manitoba said over and over again that this wasn't necessary and need not apply on the territory of Manitoba. But the Winnipeg police force thought that those measures that would have been available to them had they been needed were of sufficient importance that they should use them in a pamphlet that they were giving to demonstrators who I think were in front of the Manitoba legislature.
They're not
from
necessary.
Broadway Avenue. But that was a source of real concern, and the Winnipeg police thought that those additional authorities were significant enough that they may be used to perhaps dissuade some of those protesters from entrenching in front of the Manitoba legislature like we saw in the city of Ottawa.
Thank you, and thank you for your indulgence.
Okay, so
Thank God.
Any reply?
No re-examination, Commissioner.
Okay, well then I think you're now free to have supper.
J'ai pas l'air de quelqu'un qui a manqué beaucoup de repas. Mais je vous...
Non, mais quand même, peut-être un petit verre de vin pour célébrer la fin de ton témoignage.
Je vais peut-être aller même prendre un cigare avec mon collègue Mendicino. Je vous remercie beaucoup, Monsieur le Commissaire.
Merci de votre présence et de votre témoignage, puis aussi d'avoir accommodé à 6-7 heures ici, parce que...
J'apprécie l'occasion beaucoup et votre travail aussi.
Merci. So we're adjourning until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Here we go. So let's follow the proceedings now as our key and only focus here.
Longer than today, so...
Oh no. Oh look, I'm floating on a Windows background. Oh my god. Okay, hold on, we're not done yet. We're just gonna follow this OCDSB stuff until it's over. We're just gonna follow that till the finality of this. 1 second, everyone, please. I'm having some technical difficulties with my second screen. 1 moment, please. Or what is this, my third screen? I don't know. Okay. Well, that's everything with that, I guess. So here, let's follow what's happening at the OCDSB. These videos aren't coming up with any kind of sound. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Holy heck. No. 130,000, 133,000 votes on this poll. No, don't bring back mandates from the 13th. I don't even see what kind of debate there could be at this point. Well, of course, apparently there's no debate. Okay. So I don't know if there's been a result of any kind. No debate, just fighting. That's certainly it. Apparently there was a video of the ruckus. I'd like to get the video of the ruckus. No, it's difficult to get the video of the ruckus happening. Let me see if I can get a video of the ruckus. No, I can't really. Doesn't seem to be. But the vast majority of the situation is the people there are. So apparently a bunch of people were. I can't hear this video. I've tried multiple times, but people there were the large majority of people in presence here. We could see the vast majority of the individuals in this meeting in the public galleries are not masked. The vast majority are not masked, and apparently that's not sitting well with some on the board. So that's what's happening right now. And apparently they started clapping or cheering after somebody made a speech, I guess, for the parents, and they really liked it. So this is what's going on right now. Oh no. We got Twitter threads here. I haven't even tabled the motion to bring back masks yet. You see, Dr. Neely blocks like the majority of people who talk critically of them. So it's not, that's why you see a large in there. Can't see this on my regular account even. I'm blocked by a lot of people. Let's see. If anything actually comes out of this, do no harm. Stand your ground. The House is overflowing with parents all against mask mandates. Ooh, that's a bit of a point. I don't know if there's any person who's actually updating this in real time, this vote. Cutting the mic is also impacting our ability to fully participate in the meeting. Apparently with repeated screaming interruptions. Why is someone yelling over Dr. Sampson? So anyways, it seems to be a bunch of nonsense in here. I think that's really it for us, folks. See you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. That's about it. That's all. I'm sorry, I have to go. It's just too late, man. It's just too late. Have a great evening, everyone. Thank you for joining so much. And I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Hopefully. Hopefully. Like I said, stuff might come up, might have to go do real life stuff. But if I don't, then I'll be here with you. See you at 9:30.